All right, we have a 1 minute warning here. I think everyone's gathered. Good morning. It's 10 o'clock. We're going to go ahead and convene this morning's session for Division 3. This is a division work session. Today's focus is a budget work session on the Division of Economic Stability. We have with us Ms. Karen Hebert and Mr. Nathan White. A little admin note, just to get it out there. There's been some discussion for the committee on whether we really will meet on March 11th because that's a town meeting day, and I think we're going to need to go ahead and meet on that day. And if you can't make that session, then it'll be online. If you want to think about the topic that we're covering on the 11th and let us know what issues or questions you may have, we can try to incorporate that.
Mr. Chair, can you remind us what the topic is for the 11th?
I don't remember what March 11th is.
Okay.
You'll have the Veterans Home, followed by New
Yeah.
Hampshire Hospital, Glencliff Home, and Hampstead Hospital.
Right, the direct care providers for the most part. Okay, so with that, good morning.
Good morning.
I think we're ready to hear what you want to share with us.
Good morning. Nathan White, Chief Financial Officer with the Department of Health and Human Services. This morning, we'll be starting on the Governor's Operating Budget, page 866, and we will be working through page 885. And then also before you, you also have the budget briefing book. And consistent with the other areas, we've prepared a entry for each of the accounting units in excess of $1 million on an annual basis. And with that said, I will hand the presentation over to Karen.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Karen Hebert, for the record, Director for the Division of Economic Stability. So thank you for allowing the time for this presentation. So the Division of Economic Stability was established in 2018. There are several programs in this particular division. Each of them has their own objectives and methods to accomplish those objectives, as well as performance metrics that are either existing or in development. So it's a little difficult to present all of them simultaneously as a unit, and sometimes difficult to see how they're interrelated. But hopefully through this presentation, you'll be able to understand that more. So the one thing they do have in common, however, is this mission, which is to advance the health, economic, and social well-being of individuals, families, and communities. Turn to slide 3. These are essentially the key outcomes of this particular division. So the services from the Division of Economic Stability lead to stronger financial health and stability, and or a reduction and prevention of poverty and the need for public assistance. It's important to note that the services in this division can be provided, and are provided actually, to individuals from birth through the end of life. There are some people who have temporary needs, while others have needs from a particular point in time, or for the rest of their lives, or through their entire lifetime, rather. So the programs provide, what you see in this slide, includes access to resources for life necessities like healthcare, housing, utilities, food, childcare. They provide assistance and support to reach independence and self-sufficiency. The services we provide include work programs and educational opportunities for economic stability and mobility. And we have services that promote responsible parenting and child well-being.
What, can we pause there? I love these kinds of slides just to do a really great bird's eye view of the whole program. I think I understand then in 2017, the funding for this overall area was zero, which begs the question, what will the total general funds be for the first year of the new budget?
So the programs existed prior to 2018, but they were developed or created in an established single division in 2018. So previous to that, they were kind of spread out in different areas of the department.
So this was a consolidation then in 2018.
That's correct.
Okay. Are you still retroactively able to figure out what the total cost of them were before consolidation or upon consolidation? I'd like to be able to understand the rate of growth in this area over the last 6 years. That's where I'm going.
If we're only looking for the past 6 years, then we have all that. We wouldn't have to do some type of retroactive, modified approach to that because we would have all those years budgeted.
Okay, I
Yeah.
don't want to do the extra work. I'm just looking for a good period where we can get a rate of growth. So 2018 was the first year of consolidation where there was a consolidated number?
Yes. So if you were to look at the past couple of operating budgets, you could see the operating budget and you could pull the spend and see that fairly easily.
Okay. So I would like to know 2018 what the total general fund spending was. And then what do you have a summary already for what this area is expected to spend in the first year of the budget?
For the entire division?
Yes. For this page, what does this page 3 cost?
Sure. Well, so if you turn to page 885 of the governor's operating budget, you will see at the top there for the Division of Economic Stability, you'll see a summary of the federal funds, the general funds, and the other funds in this area. And just as a reminder, the adjusted authorized is not the budgeted amount. It is typically always higher than the actual budgeted amount that was in 25.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, then for 26, the total general funds is 76.6 million?
That is correct.
Okay. That's a good base. And you don't happen to know what the comparable number would be for 2018 in that line?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay, we'll figure that out later. And then looking at these 4 blocks, are you able to either provide an estimate for how much money, what as a percentage maybe would be easiest, a percentage that would go into funding these 4 areas of operation? Like, for example, services that encourage responsible parenting and child well-being. It feels like it's maybe 8% of your total general funds budget in 26. But that's a guess.
Sure, and I think it would be difficult to guess. So these 4 blocks essentially make up some of the high-level objectives, rather, or mission of the division as a whole.
Right.
So there's more than one program that could be accounted for in any one of those blocks.
Right.
So it'd be a little tricky. And then when we look at trying to determine percentages applied to things like contracts.
I'm not looking for rocket science. What I'm looking for is, we just said that we want to spend 76.6 million on the total, and I'm just trying to understand the context of the size and scope of the operation by knowing what percentage of the general funds is likely to be consumed by each of those 4 areas. And I understand that there's some slopping back and forth between lines, but this is such a great slide to give us an initial picture of what you do and how much money you spend in the aggregate. It would be even better if we could see a kind of a breakdown in each of these areas. and if you don't want to do that now, if you can't do that now, then we could take that later. But
I would like to stare at it for a bit and
okay,
help determine
like,
that.
Like now, go ahead and look at
No,
it,
no,
or
no,
do you want to
no,
come back this
later.
afternoon?
I think one thing that maybe we can do just on the fly as we go through this is as we look at the accounting units, it seems that the focus is general funds. So as we go through the accounting units, we can identify those areas that are general funds, because within the DES budget, you do have a mix of 100% federal for certain class lines. You have 100% general for certain class lines. And as we go through that, we can identify those areas and try to call them back here to this larger box.
All right, that'd be good. That's the top-down breakdown that would be helpful to understand what we're trying to achieve here. Was there a question over here?
Yes, yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Ms. Hibbert. Representative Rich Nalavenko from Cheshire 9. I have a general top-level question. What's a good working definition of responsible parenting?
Can we just stick the numbers?
Sure.
Sorry, I just want us to do the finance stuff, and,
Okay.
and to the extent that we need to understand what they do, so we understand the numbers, that would be great. But I don't want to like
I'm fine. I can hold that.
be chasing side issues.
I can hold that.
All right, thank you. Unless you'd like to answer that.
No, I think that the answer will be revealed when we get through some of the Bureau's accounting units to understand the context of that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So on slide 4, just basic, gives you a very basic organizational chart for this particular division. So with me today, I'm pleased for having the division's deputy director, Tina Cabana, who's in pink behind me, and several subject matter experts and high-level administrators from each area that can assist me if needed. On slide 5, I wanted to give you a bit of a depiction of what our core values are in this particular division.
I'm just gonna ask you to keep moving till we get to numbers. I don't really want to spend a lot of time on the general overview, other than just we need to get down to the numbers. So the next slide, you start to have numbers, outcomes and results. Do you want to talk about the numbers there? Slide 6.
Sure. So this is related to the Bureau of Child Development and Head Start collaboration. It's a long name. This particular bureau essentially enables access to childcare to support childcare, or support New Hampshire businesses and economic development in the state. The services in this bureau depend on state and federal partnership subsidy programs to make childcare more accessible for low and moderate income families, so that they can look for employment, attend school, mental health or substance misuse treatment, or simply go to work. Children are eligible if they are residents of New Hampshire and residing with a parent caretaker under 13 years of age or under 17 years of age with a declared disability. So the outcomes in this particular bureau include a very notable 45% increase in utilization of what's known as the Child Care Scholarship. That is the Child Care Assistance Program, also known as a Child Care Subsidy.
So this is really daycare costs, right? This is not a scholarship as much as it is we're helping pay for daycare.
Correct.
All right.
I can't tell you where the name scholarship came from, but yes, it's
Beautiful
it's
marketing.
assistance. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So 45% increase in the utilization there, which is pretty significant. And that's just in the last calendar year.
Do you happen to know what percentage of daycare that the state is picking up? Are we paying for 12% of our population? Are we paying for 40%?
So the total general fund budget for this particular area is 11 million. I'd have to do the math to get you the percentage.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the percent of the population who are beneficiaries of this program compared to the total? Are we subsidizing 10% of our state?
It's probably around 15% of children who are eligible for this program.
Okay. Question, Representative Tulorsky?
Thank you for taking my question. Can you just give me a little bit of an idea on the federal poverty level? I'm assuming that's how you qualify for this scholarship?
It's based on state median income.
Median
So,
income, okay.
up to 85% of state median income.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So one of the other functions of this particular bureau includes improving quality with activities under a quality rating and improvement system that the bureau administers and manages. It's known as Granite Steps for Quality. So this is a system that has been around for about 3 years now, and at the moment has 160 providers now enrolled in that particular program.
What causes somebody to be enrolled? That we have quality concerns and we encourage them to enroll?
Yes, we encourage licensed and licensed exempt programs to enroll in the quality activities. We want to ensure that the providers have current and complete up-to-date training and professional development on things
100%
like
of them, or just the ones that we're concerned about?
so the system is voluntary for programs.
Yeah.
First, they need to meet certain requirements under administrative rules for licensing, which is a different area of the department.
Sure.
But on top of that, we're encouraging people and providing them with opportunities for professional development that can enhance their quality.
So how many providers are there in the state? If we've got 160 in this program, how many are not in this program?
So there are 717 licensed programs in the state currently.
And so far it's been strictly voluntary for a program to step forward and say they want to participate.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
With equality includes professional development opportunities for credentials. There are many different credentials for child care professionals. And in the last year, we had 1,200 professionals who added a credential to their individual portfolio.
So we're not doing the credentialing. We're encouraging and keeping track if they go get credentialed somewhere else.
Correct. We are able to link them with the providers who give the credentialing.
Yeah, so what our function is to help professionals know that these credentials are available and ask them to self-report if they get one?
Correct. We
Okay.
issue the certificates for the credentialing.
Okay, thank you.
So you might be aware that there have been significant investments in childcare over the last few years in order to stabilize and strengthen the industry in New Hampshire. Approximately $171 million that began in COVID, the COVID era, that has been received by New Hampshire specifically for childcare.
Okay.
So a lot of the investments that have been made have essentially paved the way for further growth and further success in strengthening childcare in the state. On slide 7, there are a number of examples. I'm not going to go through them in detail, but these are just a few examples of what we have accomplished with some of the COVID-related funding, specifically for childcare. It includes support for family childcare providers, small businesses, various. One notable is the Gorham Community Learning Center expansion. There's a lot of need in the North Country and very little supply. So this is a really significant event that or center that was expanded and established for the North Country that's serving now 49 children and families.
You don't know what that costs the state, do you?
I do not.
Do you think there, Mr. White, do you think there's a separate line item for the Gorham Community Learning Center, or is that embedded in some other line item.
I could look into it to identify which class line it's included in. I suspect it's a 102 or a 74, but I just need to look into it to find the exact class line.
Okay. I'm just trying to do what I do fairly consistency, is to understand the relationship between the costs and the benefits. It's good to see the benefits. I just need to see the costs that are
Sure.
going with it, because that implies a return on taxpayer investment.
Sure, I understand. So throughout my presentation, I want to give you a base of information
Yeah.
so that you understand why the costs are there.
Do you have a question, Representative?
I just
Teletsky?
had a comment, or I guess a question, in response to you talking about cost and benefit. I think there's a economic benefit that results from this programming. And I don't necessarily know if you're the person to actually give us those data points, but I guess it's something that maybe as a division we would need to look into
Yeah.
on the economic benefit of these programs.
Yeah, so just to be clear, when I say benefits, I mean it in a bigger picture, but because we're finance, I would like, to the extent possible, to pull out and segregate the financial impacts from the other softer benefits. That's a longer description of my saying I'm interested in cost and benefits.
Okay. And guess I'm just commenting that I think there's a bigger net of benefits that I think some of us take into consideration. So
Sure.
Yeah, this is ARPA funding.
Representative Priest?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome back, and thank you for taking my question. On slide 7, you've given us some matrix points on the Gotham Community Learning Center and the out-of-state time programs. What about the quality child care training? Do you have a number of how many facilities and you have helped train to get their programs up to speed?
Sure. So this particular item is a project that was funded with ARPA childcare funding.
Okay.
So I can provide you with the data with respect to the outcomes of those projects. This was to give you a high level understanding of that and some of the examples.
And I appreciate that. And also, strengthening a family child care would be another one I would like to get some numbers on. And if you can go back 6 years or something like that, as long as you have the data. You don't have the data, you don't have the data, but
I don't. These were very short term projects,
COVID funding.
COVID related funding, and
okay.
very short term, like 1 year or less.
Okay, great, thank you.
Representative Daniels?
Thank you. Could you define what the, under quality childcare, what the environmental rating scales is?
It is a particular pathway for early learning. There are multiple different pathways and models that childcare providers can give to, that they can use within their establishment. That is one of a couple of primary models. I can get you a little bit more of a better description if you'd like to have that.
If you could, please.
I
Thank
can
you.
do that, yes. Slide 8 essentially is to just give you a bit of a visual. This is the number of children enrolled in the Child Care Scholarship Program by county. And this is essentially one, there are reasons why we're pursuing more data collection with respect to the scholarship program. So the depiction here is probably not surprising based on the number of children involved in each of the counties. It looks like it's somewhat based on the population of each region. But what we want to be able to understand is that this could also be based on demand or availability and accessibility of programs in these regions. So this is a start to understand further what information we need to gain to assist more families. So the data collection here will be important.
Who gathers this data? Is that a person in your division, or is that somebody shared across the department?
So this comes from our New Hampshire Connections Information System, which is managed by this bureau.
Which division manages that?
This one.
Okay. All right. So that this isn't data that's also cold or collected and analyzed by the Office of Health Equity, because this implies that there may be an equity issue here, and I'm just curious where we're doing data collection and analysis and we're trying to understand our demographics and need. It sounds like you're doing a demographics and need assessment that's separate and distinct from what may be getting done in other divisions.
We've not yet brought the Office of Health Equity into an analysis, but this is where we ultimately want to go to be able to identify first what are the data points that we should be collecting for the system and then conduct an analysis of them.
Okay, what's the total number of children receiving daycare support?
That is 4,032 children as of the end of January.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. So slide 9 is another map of the state, which is a little bit more interesting. Is this the number of licensed slots? When I say slots, that's essentially a space a child could be taking in that particular facility. So slots among providers who are participating in the Child Care Scholarship Program. Not all providers participate in this program.
So gray means 0?
Yes. So this depicts very limited access to and or supply of childcare for families with low or moderate incomes. So this essentially will help us strategize around the use of the Federal Child Care Development Fund and how to increase access.
Representative Cruz?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Back to slide 9 again. The 4,032 children are the children that participates in your programs. Is that correct?
That is the number of children who we are paying for childcare for.
Okay. And do you know what the need is for the entire people that are coming to you, but you don't have the slots to help subsidize their childcare?
So at this time, we would still have more utilization that could happen with the child care subsidy program. So if somebody were applied today for childcare, they wouldn't be turned away.
It would not be turned away.
Correct. Not today.
Not today. Do you have that magic number?
I do
Level?
not.
You do not. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Slide 10, we can get more into the numbers that I think you are interested in. So for the first accounting unit, this is essentially the operations of this particular bureau. And it is, briefing book is 878 if you're looking at that. And since it's under $1 million in funds, it does not appear on the budget briefing book. So this particular accounting unit is 100% federal funds. And this is the fund known as the Child Care and Development Fund, issued by the Administration for Families and Children. The second accounting unit is specifically for the it's also known as employment-related childcare. There's multiple names referred to the child care subsidy, the scholarship program, it's all the same thing. But here in the budget, we refer to it as the employment-related childcare.
Representative Wallner?
Thank you. So when I'm looking at this, I see on protected preventive childcare was in this area. And did notice when we were doing the budget last week and we were looking at the children and family area that it had, it looked like it had transferred over there.
Yes, yes, that's 100% correct.
Okay.
We move those funds over to DCYF just to try to recognize those costs in the DCYF realm.
I have further question. So will the providers see any difference in the way that the billing is initiated or how they will get paid now that it's moved over to that other division?
Could be more streamlined just because less people are involved in processing it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Two
So you mentioned a minute or so ago that right now the utilization isn't fully taken up. What is the impact in terms of federal funding when not as many people are taking scholarships as could? Does the money not come in, or does it come in and remain with us until such time as it needs to be used?
Yeah, we have it available. It comes in the form of a block grant that we receive from the federal government. So we have that available. So we're constantly evaluating the use of the child care fund for the child care subsidy. And then with that fund, we are required to spend 9% of it on quality activities. We're also required to spend 3% of it on activities that relate to infants and toddlers. Up from those reserves, and then up to 5% for administrative costs. So from there, we look at what's left over, essentially, where we could look to pursue expanded services that would be assisting quality, or do we look to assisting providers? For the last few years, because utilization has been low, but now growing. But while it was low, we were able to take those particular dollars and distribute them to childcare providers for quality purposes.
Representative Navalko.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A quick question on where it says Head Start collaboration. What is that? Is Head Start a totally separate entity, and then they interface with your division?
Correct. So Head Start Collaborative is essentially that. So we don't manage Head Start. We don't oversee funding for it. It's essentially what it's called, just a collaborative that the department has with the Head Start Association in New Hampshire. So that we're looking at identifying what are the objectives that we may have in common for Head Start and child care in the state, and really participating in a lot of communication together, building those particular objectives, and then ensuring that we carry them out. So we receive a small amount of money, $125,000 a year from the Office of Head Start federally that supports the collaborative. So we have one staff person who works with the Head Start Association and the Federal Office of Head Start to essentially look at the objectives so that we are in alignment with what the Head Start Association needs in New Hampshire.
Okay, so just a quick one. So I take that to mean that the funding covers our expenses for the collaboration, and that's federal money?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Is it the case that on this page 10, the only area where we're spending any general funds of these 5 topics is in the child development area, and that's almost 12 million in general funds?
So yeah, the general funds goes towards the employment-related childcare.
Okay, so
And that's in order to meet required match and MOE for the federal funding.
okay, so on that page, the only general funds is that in that one area.
When you say the page, do you mean the slide?
I'm
sorry.
slide 10.
Okay, so the other general fund essentially is the last one, which is the Child Care Workforce Fund. This is a
Oh, it
100%,
says 100%
100%
general
general
funds.
funds.
Okay, I
This
was
was a
thinking that
a
was,
requirement out of HB2 from this biennium, or the 2024 legislative session, essentially that we would put this into the budget, and it's been identified as a prioritized need.
oh, I'm not done yet, but I'll come to you in a second, Representative Priest. Okay, so I'm on page 882. And so the general funds for this area, Mr. White, is that the 11.9 million?
Yes.
Now, this says it's 100% general funds, but there's some federal funds associated with this area. What am I missing? I'm looking at the wrong thing.
What you're looking at there, that's the total for the activity of child development of
Yeah.
411110. So that's the summary there of the preceding accounting units that fall within that activity.
Okay. So by us doing the child care workforce program, that is not bringing any supplemental federal funds.
Correct.
Right. Okay, Representative Priest?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Back on slide 10, those accounting units like Child Development Operations and Child Care Development Quality Assurance and Head Start are 100% federal funds. As you know, there's reduction of funding going on in the federal government. And have you done any scenarios, what impact that would have on these programs? I mean, the programs couldn't be funded, period. I mean, or if they were partially funded, and how many people would be affected by that? And whether or not the state could pick up and cover them. And so I'm interested in what your
Sure.
thinking would be on that.
So we're in communication with the Federal Office of Child Care regularly. Right now, there really isn't clear information over the of what's expected for the future of this particular fund. There was an inquiry that the administration wants to know and understand what the fund could be used for. There's no information yet. I think they had like 90 days, and this was a month ago, to provide that information to the administration. So there is no indication of anything changing right now with this particular fund. So could it? Sure. But at this time, we just don't have that information.
What I would be interested in, again, it goes along with Chairman Edwards's comments, is just the number of people and children that you provide support for in those three areas. So that if we do see a reduction in those areas, we would have come an idea of how many people would be affected by it and whether or not, and then would open up the question of whether or not the state would provide any funding and could help in these areas.
So as of the end of January, there are 4,032 children that are being provided this service and that we are paying for the majority of their childcare. Some of them do pay a parent cost share, but so there's 4,032 children that if we lost the CCDF fund today would not receive funding to support their childcare. There's no other source from the state to fund them otherwise. So I guess that would be a question for you all or a determination for you all to make if there would be other funds that would support this program.
So Representative Priest, what I would propose is that we think of questions like yours as we don't know what we don't know yet. So what should we be doing as Division 3? I think as Division 3, when we see federal funds budgeted, we should probably just go ahead and assume that that funding is going to come, whether it's in a block grant or a line item, but just for our purposes of putting the budget together, I believe we need to assume that the federal funds are coming, knowing that we're only a step in this process. The Senate's going to get this in the back half of this term, and more will be known at that point. Yes.
And just as a clarification, Mr. Chairman, I agree with that we should be acting in what we know. But I come from a field of urban planning, environmental analysis, where we look at the reasonably worst case. And I'm seeing now on the federal level what the reductions are happening to other areas. And since we're in the midst of reviewing the budget of the governor, the department and us should be thinking about what will happen if, let's say, they do away with the block grants to states. And I know it's not in our purview. We should be just looking at the numbers of governor, but it could happen next week, could happen next month in the midst of our final utilization. And so if they don't have the idea, I mean, it would be great to have those numbers. And that's my justification for asking for this information.
Okay. The Division 3 is on the line for submitting a budget proposal to the full Finance Committee. And in order for us to keep moving in a fairly direct manner, I intend to not go into the assumptions of what the feds may do or may not do. To your point, though, is if we get information before we're done with our work, we should definitely consider the impact. But I don't see us spending a lot of time doing what if worst case scenarios.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead. I think we're on slide 11. Representative Waller, go ahead.
We could just go back to page 880 again.
880 in the.
Yes, in the budget book.
So this is the 100, you're talking about the quality one?
Yes,
Okay, 100% federal?
100% federal. I was wondering, on the line of grants for public assistance and relief, I mean, that's a large increase from 5 million in 25 to 11 million in 26. And I was wondering what we're anticipating there. I mean, it is all federal, but I was wondering what we're looking at there.
Yeah, I have those. Thank you. Just wanted to get the dollars. So the sure. So for Class 74 grants for public assistance and relief, these essentially are a number of different contracts that we will or have or would continue to enter into that provide quality activities and services for childcare providers. So it includes web-based health and safety training. It funds some of our data system, New Hampshire Connections. It funds professional development activities. It funds the Child Care Resource and Referral Program, which is significant. That also provides a number of professional development opportunities, including Department of Labor apprenticeships. So that it also includes the next market rate survey that we will need to do next year. And also the Parent Information Center, Family Voices, for example, working with families so that they have a voice in this particular process about childcare in New Hampshire.
Chris. So it is going up considerably. And I wondered, is this, is the federal government saying this is how we need to use these additional federal funds?
Correct. We have to meet the federal benchmark of providing or using at least 9% of the funds for quality, 3% for infant toddler, and then at least 70% has to be used for direct care. And then the balance is basically some discretion over what we can use, and we typically do it to fund quality. But where we continuously evaluate that would be if we're looking at the potential of any unspent funds, we don't want to leave any money on the table or return it to the federal government. So there are timeframes in which we then need to obligate the funding and would look to other quality activities to support the providers directly.
Okay. Do you know, and can you tell me, is the $11 million, is that actually 9% of?
No, that's
federal
that's
allocation?
part of it. That's part of it. I don't have that breakdown right off because for some of the contractors, they provide both activities for infants and toddlers and also quality for all of the population they're serving.
Okay, great, thank you.
Sure.
Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I may have gotten a little bit confused with that. I thought where that question might be going is what is the basis that we think there is such a dramatic increase in federal funding coming down the pike, just at the highest level?
So essentially, for the future, we are looking at the increase in utilization and needing to monitor that very closely, where we ultimately will need to consider bringing in TANF funding to transfer into the Child Care Development Fund to support the utilization increase. If the trend continues to increase, we want to make sure these families are covered with that particular subsidy. When that happens, it essentially increases the amount of money that to meet that 9 and 3% benchmarks.
All right. So I think we're at 11 again.
So slide 11, I'll introduce the Bureau of Child Support for you. These are services for families of children whose parents or parent caretaker do not reside in the same household together. We serve both the paying parent and the receiving parent or caretaker. Essentially, this program is there to engage and assist parents who are willing and able, or perhaps unable, to support their children financially. And when necessary, we enforce the responsibility with parents who are unwilling to support their children financially. So child support obligations are determined by the court. So this program works very closely with the court system to establish legal orders of support and enforce them. We use a federally certified automated case management system for child support as a number of interfaces, including with New Heights and a number of federal interfaces as well.
So is New Heights the IT system that you rely on?
No, this system is called the New England Child Support Enforcement System. Its acronym is NEXUS. There are a number of strategies that we use in collaboration with community partners to try to reduce barriers of the paying parent when they're not able to pay. We use our family resource centers to assist with that. We also use a tiny grant known as the Access and Visitation Grant to work with parents who are in dispute over parenting or visitation scheduling. We also collaborate, and I'll talk later about the Bureau of Employment Supports with respect to work programs and what they can do to support the paying parents who need that kind of support to find employment to pay for the supporting their children. This bureau essentially believes in the responsibility of parents to financially support their children. So we aim for quality service and help those parents.
So is that the agency income, the 1.855? That's money's coming from parents? I think that's on page 883. Estimated source of funds for child support services. Agency income is 1.855 million.
No, those are incentive dollars that we receive,
Incentive dollars.
incentive funds.
The federal government awards incentive funding based on performance measures. There are 4 key performance indicators that then determine, based on the performance, how much should be awarded in incentive funds. The incentive is to do well in performance.
So there's a range. If we performed poorly, we'd get 0, and if we perform great, we'd get much more. Something
Correct.
like that.
Correct. We typically
So how are
earn
we doing?
about $2 million a year in incentive fundings.
Are we maxing out the incentive, or are we in the mid range of the incentive?
So the calculation for that is also based on collections. So I wouldn't say we're maxed out. I'd have to do the calculation for that.
Would you give us a B? Are we doing okay? Or are we not? Or are we just leaving a lot of money on the table here?
I might give us an A or a B. I think that we are doing well in collections. The dollar amount we collect, however, is based on what's court ordered. So if you have a court order of $50 and we collect $50, that's a huge difference versus collecting, say, $1,000 a week that might be ordered for somebody else. So the collections is a little bit varies greatly year to year, but the performance metrics, we have to meet certain percentages in how much we are able to collect, how much we are able to, how many court orders we're able to establish out of the entire caseload universe.
So there's 126 people that work in this area. How many of them are working on trying to drive up our rate of collections?
I would have to give you a percentage, but it's the majority of them. Majority of staff include those who are working in the district offices as child support officers or case technicians that meet directly with clients to establish and enforce the support orders.
Okay, so between 60 and 70 of them are working on. Okay, all right.
So if you look at the outcomes, approximately 28,000 families are served annually. This last year, we collected $78 million. This is private funding, private money rather, that was collected for families. This essentially helps them to be self-sufficient, stabilize them, and need less public assistance, if any. But not only is this a cost avoidance program, it's also a cost recovery program. So we recovered out of our collections last year $4.8 million specifically for to offset TANF expenditures. What happens is that we have families, when you receive the temporary assistance for needy families benefit, it's an cash assistance program, which I'll talk about more later on. But when you have a family who is receiving that TANF cash benefit, they are required by regulation to cooperate with the child support program to pursue child support from the other parent to help offset some of those TANF expenditures. So when somebody is receiving the TANF benefit, anything that we collect for child support during that time is retained by the state. We never keep more than we receive. That doesn't happen very often, but when we retain the TANF benefit, The state retains a share of that benefit, which goes towards TANF MOE, maintenance of effort. The other percentage is sent to the federal government.
Sounds like a lot of accounting. So is this an area where we got any waivers in to try to block grant and streamline this process? That sounds very complicated, like we're spending a bunch of time and effort in just doing the accounting for this.
So this is where I think the IT system comes into play. The Nexus system,
Yeah.
the automated case management system, because we have set within that system the rules for distribution. So our system interfaces with New Heights and knows when somebody is receiving TANF and when they're not. And then it knows what to do with the collections that come in while they're on TANF. It knows what to do with the collections that come in after they're no longer on TANF. It's a very sophisticated system. It takes care of that distribution.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative
Yeah.
Novack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of quick questions. So the 28,000, that's, the trend on that has been what over the last couple of years? Up, down?
Over the last couple of years, it's been declined.
It's declining. And same for the 78 million, that would have declined with that?
No, actually.
So that trend looks,
The trend for New Hampshire has varied significantly over the last decade or so. So there has been a decline in caseload since about 2019, but we still seem to be collecting approximately the same amount. So in 2011, for example, we collected $83.9 million. In 2023, it was 72.8. So, but the thing to keep in mind with the correlation with collections is that all orders are not equal. So you could have a higher number of orders for a lower amount than you did last year. But the dollars are counted nonetheless. So it's not really something you can match year to year because that influences the numbers greatly.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, is it the case where the system is set up so that every parent who's ordered to make a child support payment, that payment must go to the state and the state redistributes it? Is that this setup?
Almost. So every parent who is ordered by the court to pay child support is not necessarily a parent or a family who has applied for our services. So we have families who are not recipients of TANF, who don't apply for services. It's voluntary. They don't have to use services of the state. Many of them do for a number of reasons. So you have to apply for services. This is not an eligibility program.
Okay, so it's not the case that every collection has to go to the state.
Correct. However, with respect to if you've got parents who are not going through the state who want to set up payments by way of a wage garnishment, those are required by law to go through the state's disbursement unit, which is managed by the child support program.
But if you have parent A voluntarily paying parent B and writing a check every month, then and they're reliable, then the state has nothing to do with that.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. So we could go to slide 12 and look at the accounting unit.
Okay, I think we could go to 13 myself, because we've sort of been talking about these items. We haven't talked about access and visitation, but that's 100% federal with no personnel.
Correct.
So let's go to 13.
So slide 13 essentially introduces the Bureau of Family Assistance, starting with the Director's Office. The Bureau of Family Assistance is actually made up of two large parts. One of them oversees the administration of business and policy over federal and state financial assistance programs. The other one is a different group that we will talk about later. But this one specifically focuses in on the business and policy side of the house, so to speak. So this particular part of the Bureau oversees programs like the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, known as SNAP. It oversees the administration for the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, referred to as TANF, as I've been talking about, and also multiple state supplemental programs that are state funded, including APTD. You'll see in the block on the right, this gives you the count of persons as of the end of January who are in those programs. I realize that those are acronyms. I'm going to give you the information for what they stand for. But essentially, this is for our most vulnerable populations who rely on us for basic needs.
So the summer EBT program for school kids, does this director's office manages that as part of the SNAP program?
Correct.
And then I'm not sure what page in the budget book I'm on. I'm just curious how many people are employed by this director's office.
There are 16 positions within the director's office. There's 14 classified and 2 unclassified.
And what page number did you just?
So I was looking at the personnel count at the bottom of page 866.
Okay. Thank you.
So there are several accounting units in this particular area, but I will certainly talk with you a bit about the administration of the federal and state assistance programs. I will also talk with you about the work requirements and programs that go along with that, and we can go through those associated budgets. And then I will dig into eligibility services, which is the other side of the house. So the work of this particular part of the Bureau aims to achieve these needs that people and individuals and families have, because we want to provide a positive and valued customer experience and a staff experience that enables job satisfaction. Slide 14 is a list of those particular state supplemental programs, just so you have a bit about the what defines those, or description of each of them. And there is an accounting unit for each.
I'm curious, parenthetically, in the box to the left on page 13, you say basic needs and you refer to shelter, food, clothing, and utilities. Is there also transportation that's in there? It's just not an item listed?
So programs like Medicaid through the managed care organizations do provide for transportation for
Okay,
people.
but this family assistance program isn't driving the transportation.
No,
No.
Representative Priest?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back on page 14, do you have the numbers of the clients or people that you service through the state supplemental assistance programs?
Yes. So on slide 13, in that box on the lower right, those are the current count of persons in each of those programs as of January 31st.
Okay,
So the aid for permanent and totally disabled is 3,346,
Got it.
et
Okay.
cetera.
okay, great. Now, this is just for fiscal year 2024, right?
Correct.
Do you have anything prior to those years?
I do. I can provide that to you.
That would be great. Thank you.
Sure.
Also, do you have any forecasting? I know we're not supposed to look at forecasting,
No, you can
but
look
we're
at,
looking at,
I'm
we're
sorry,
looking
let me
at-
clarify. You can look at forecasts. What, forecasts are great. We need to look at forecasts.
Right.
I'm just saying, we shouldn't be looking at things that we have no control of and no, like the.
right, I agree. But do you have any forecasts for 2026 and 2027 for these different programs,
So
based on your knowledge?
right. So the budget amounts for state fiscal years 26 and 27 were determined by projections that we had made. I can get you the specific numbers if that's
That would be great.
helpful.
Thank you.
Sure. Maybe not.
Okay, you're doing great. You're on page 14 or so, and I think this is a 36-page deck.
Yes.
How do you think you're doing? What's your estimated time of arrival at this point?
So I imagine we are going to go into early afternoon.
Okay, so just so people listening to their growling stomachs know, we'll take a recess at 12 o'clock.
Sounds good. So I wanted to provide you with a bit of info.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Quick question on page 14 on the bottom. Approximately what size of the population on refugee assistance are we currently serving?
I have that number.
I don't, that doesn't show on page 13, right? It's not a
Nope.
separate.
I have those numbers. Bear with me. Of course, it's the last page. So as of January of 2025, there were 162 adults and 85 children receiving the cash assistance program for refugee cash.
Is that portion federal funded, or is we're doing that out of general funds?
This is 100% federal funds, and you'll see if you look at the revenue line in the budget for the accounting unit, it's transferred from the Office of Commissioner within OHE, the Refugee Services
Sure.
account 7209.
Sure. I just wanted to help put into context what the impact of these numbers are, and if they're still ongoing with as federal funding, it's less of a problem. Less of a challenge is the right word, not problem. Do you have a follow-up, or are you okay? Okay. Representative Wallner, did you have a question?
Oh, no, sorry.
All right.
So I wanted to provide some information specifically about the TANF program that may be of interest to you. So the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program, or the grant rather, it is a fixed block grant for states. And there are federally defined specific purposes for the use of this block grant. There are 4 of them. I won't read them to you, but that they're listed on that slide.
So my focus on this is going to be on number 4. And I think historically what we found is that we've had no TANF programs that meet item 4 to encourage formation and maintenance of 2-parent families, that we've had no programs. And I encouraged you all to take a look at the Nebraska program to see what they are doing to help 2-parent families, and to come forward in this budget cycle with your proposal on how to do something similar. Do you have a proposal on how we're going to emulate the Nebraska program or some other program to help 2-parent families this cycle?
So we're looking at services through the family resource centers to be able to support 2-parent families that meets these
So that's a yes?
Yes.
You do have a new program that you're going to introduce in this budget cycle?
It's essentially funding the family resource centers to expand a lot of the work that they're already doing in supporting 2-parent families and other particular services. So I can get into that a little bit on the next slide. But I do want to just provide some information about what makes up the TANF funding. So on slide 15, it includes federal funds from the block grant in an amount of approximately $38 million. These funds must be spent on TANF eligible families that meets at least one of the 4 purposes. The second part of the TANF funding includes an annual state maintenance of effort. That's $32 million of general funds. It's important to know that whether the state spends $1 of the federal funding or all of it, the states are required to spend the maintenance of effort funding of $32 million. The third part of the TANF funding would be referred to as the TANF balance. It's not additional funding that comes in. It's essentially a balance of TANF funds that has not yet been spent. So that includes the current fiscal year amount as well.
Representative Nelvenko?
Yeah, a quick question on the 32 million on the maintenance of effort. What's that calculated off of? Where does that number come from?
Sure. Sure.
Is it a percentage of what?
Yeah, go ahead.
The dollar amount, it's not a percentage. It's not based on a 5-year history. It's a fixed amount that's been in place for decades. And it's important, I think, just for new members of the committee to recognize that we budget TANF across the department so that anybody working on a TANF eligible TANF related project can incur those costs. And so one just key thing that I'd like to draw your attention to here, last biennium, there was the House added $3 million each year of general funds to ensure that we were able to hit that MOE. One challenge that we currently have in the existing budget is we do have about 74 positions that are unfunded within this division. And so those unfunded positions, we will be unable to earn MOE or earn or spend general funds towards that match for any of those positions that are funded with general funds. So currently we are in the process of looking at what amounts are we potentially short to meet the MOE, and we haven't made a final determination on that yet, but we should have one done here in the next week or two.
Okay, thank you.
So if we have to come up with the 32 million and we have vacant positions, what happens to the 32 million? Do we just plow it down to provide more programs to more clients?
So the money has to be spent, and I think that's one potential way to do that. However, that would require new contracts, and then those contracts would have to be spent within the applicable time period. But that is certainly a potential challenge.
Okay, question for you. I actually have a question to Representative Wallner. Representative Wallner. So my memory is horrible. The transition house down in Manchester that we went to go visit, Waypoint. Is there anything in Waypoint that would qualify for under the TANF program? Do you know Waypoint well enough to know that if we put money into Waypoint, if that would count as our MOE?
Maybe. So I would need to look at ensuring that the purposes that, some of their particular programs,
Right.
And services
Right.
fit any of the definitions of the purposes of TANF.
It feels like it kind of does, because you got younger people there, 18 to 24. Well, depending on which definition of child you use, some of that can count. And these are kind of needy families that need a place to go. That's number one, it seems. So, so if you've not looked at Waypoint as a potential creditable MOE expense, I'd appreciate if you would do that. Okay, and then Representative Wallner, a couple weeks ago, I think we heard in one of these meetings that Waypoint did have some funding in the budget, and you were going to try to take a look into it. I know it's off topic, but I'm curious about what you found on Waypoint.
We found, and the division as a whole, we heard it last week. It was in the,
So was
Yeah.
it the full 500,000 a year?
yes, it was.
Okay, so
Yes.
so that's a nice chunk of our MOE if we get credit. If you've never looked at it before, let's take a look at that.
Happy to.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, last week, that's right, it came up. Waypoint is funded on page 1012. And it's item 102.
All right. Well, if we're going to spend that money, let's get some extra credit for it. Representative Daniels.
Thank you. Whereas employment security does preparation for jobs and work, can TANF money be funneled over to employment security so we're not duplicating efforts?
I am going to talk with you all about the Bureau of Employment Supports that we collaborate with Employment Security specifically for that purpose. And yes, it involves TANF funding.
Thank you.
Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a point of clarification, back on page, is it 16 or 15? 15, I guess. Yeah. On the MOE, if we don't use the funding, we lose it, right?
The federal funds are carried forward in perpetuity. We spend the oldest grant first, and then going forward. And I think one important thing to understand about the MOE that we haven't discussed yet is if we don't spend our MOE, then we will see an equivalent reduction, and we will also see an equivalent penalty.
Okay.
So then the next year, then you receive less funds and a penalty. So not only are you paying for what you came up short in the prior year, but now you have to spend that, and it's a spiral. So once you have a year where you don't spend the MOE, it's hard to get out of that over time.
Okay. Thank you very much.
1 second. So let's come back to TANF ages on line item 1, for example, where it says so that children. What's the definition of child in that? What's the age range of a child in that sentence?
It's up to age 18 unless the child is still in high school or equivalency to high school until they're 19.
Representative Tulerski.
Thank you. I was reading something recently, and I'm wondering how this fits, if it fits into TANF or if it fits in the Child Care Scholarship Program, which is assistance for children who have children. So a mother, a teen mother, let's say, is there any special program or benefit that assists them with automatic child care scholarships so they can continue their education?
Don't think the criteria is any different or
Okay.
extra in that circumstance. So the child that needs the childcare would still need to meet the criteria for the scholarship program, regardless of the age of their parent.
Or the fact if they're living with a parent, the
So-
grandparent, let's say.
Sure. So when they're looking at income eligibility for
Yep.
the program, there are circumstances when the grandparent's income may not be counted.
Okay.
But in all intents and purposes, when the 3 generations are in one household, it's not counted, but otherwise it would be.
Okay. Thank you.
So a homework assignment, I'd appreciate it if you would take a look again at the Nebraska program and come back and tell me sort of in the three or four major bullets, what does it do? Because I think that program does more than just giving money to the family resource centers and say, do more. I think there's actually a program with objectives in there. Have you had a chance to look at that particular program?
I have not, I'm sorry.
Okay. So I think I emailed all that information about 6, 7, 8 months ago. So maybe, hopefully, there's somebody in your department who's taken a look at it.
I will absolutely look at that.
All right, Representative Wallner.
Yes, I want to know, are there any circumstances in New Hampshire where a two-parent family could be eligible for TANF?
Come up and sit at the end of the table and use one of those microphones. And we need you to introduce yourself for the record.
So my name is Polly McKinley, and I work for, sorry, is that better? Yeah. All right. So my name is Polly McKinley, and I work for Bureau of Family Assistance under the Policy Development Unit. And I'm not sure, did you ask, sorry, Representative Wallner?
I just asked if there were any circumstances in New Hampshire where a two-parent family could receive TANF.
At this time, there is. It's if one of the parents is either incapacitated or disabled.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? All right. I shouldn't say it this way, but I'm just a little irritated because the last budget briefing where we talked about TANF, I pointed out this number 4, and I said to please come forward in this budget cycle with an explicit program so we have a program that intentionally and actively supports bullet 4. So I know you guys are really busy, but I was hoping to have a PowerPoint slide that says, okay, here's what we're going to do.
You did, and I apologize for not bringing that forward.
All right, Representative Wallner.
I wondered if somebody here who's had a little history of New Hampshire, has there ever been a proposal in the legislature around a two-parent program?
Not to my knowledge, but my knowledge is probably limited.
There is somebody in the audience who
Yeah,
thinks
go, same thing. Just take the chair and light up the mic and introduce yourself.
Chris Santinello, Associate Commissioner. I'm not sure if it was in the legislature, but I recall, and Karen, I think there's an issue with the work participation rates because it's much higher with a two-parent household than we currently have now, and we would have difficulty maintaining that.
Yes, yeah, I think the participation rate goes up to 90% for a two-parent family, which is why we stopped doing that particular program a few years ago, because we couldn't meet the rate, and we get penalized for not meeting it.
I thought we had had a program or had had it proposed in the past. Okay, thank you.
But I think that's why if we look at something that we can develop those services that is not directly the benefit we are providing from the department, if we use TANF funding to support services outside of what we do internally, that's where we may be able to do something different.
Thank you. So I'd like to propose that you take it away to come up with another PowerPoint slide or something that would specifically address 4, and then attach that. You can come in and spend like 8 minutes on some other Division 3 hearing that we have.
I'd be happy to.
Okay, and then Mr. White and Mr. Ripple will figure out which one would be the most appropriate to tack you on, but I do want to take a second dip at that. All right,
Sure.
go ahead.
So slide 16 essentially gives a bit of a high-level overview of the different areas that we're looking for TANF spending. So while we will put together a more formalized plan for this, I can tell you that the federal government expects that states will invest primarily in cash assistance and work programs and education. So this includes barrier reduction to lifting families out of poverty, and also reduces incidents of involvement with the child welfare system. So those are some of the key focuses of the funding that the federal government is expecting. We want to ensure that we're identifying how to best measure outcomes of the TANF funding activities and what data to collect. So in a plan, I will incorporate that more specifically. So these particular items, so between cash assistance and the New Hampshire Employment Program, then afterwards, we're looking at the Family Resource Center's support, including the Comprehensive Family Support Services, which is a lot of home visiting services and prevention of child welfare intervention. And then family planning, looking at educational programs for adults and teenagers. We are funding a small amount for reunification of family engagement for children who are in foster care right now. We provide funds to social service, transfer to the social services grant, and then, of course, looking at transferring TANF funding for the child care and for the child care subsidy, rather.
On 16, you have family planning listed. Who are some of the key vendors currently providing these family planning services?
That is a good question. I will have to get that answer. I don't know it.
Okay.
I just have a quick follow-up question to that. What's the nature of the services provided?
It's a lot of, so for teenagers, for example, prevention of pregnancies, abstinence programs. So really, that's the focus of those.
So to get to the implicit point, this is not paying for abortions.
No.
Was that your question?
I think that's probably right.
No, it's education only. Slide 17, I wanted to give you a little bit of data. This comes from our federal partners that collect data from states. The most recent data that they publish is from 2023, but I would say it probably hasn't changed so much in the last year. But I think that this gives you a bit of an idea of the effectiveness of the services, not necessarily effectiveness of the program because that's difficult to measure, but also the accountability of the services that are being provided. So if you look at 2023, 14% of the recipients of TANF gained employment. 9.5% found themselves over income for the program, and that could have been from anything from child support payments that started coming in or other unearned income like Social Security. There is an interesting number here of the nearly 40% who closed their TANF program because they were, or we did, not in compliance with any particular requirement. So if you're going to be receiving TANF, certainly you have to cooperate with the child support program. There are teen parent requirements. You have to develop a work plan and work with the New Hampshire Employment Program. We've got some people who don't show up for appointments or didn't submit proper verifications. So, but that's an interesting number because I think that it leads us to ask some of the questions about, well, why did those things happen? Are we explaining things well enough to people? Where should we focus our efforts in making any particular improvements?
you probably at some point benchmark these against other similarly sized and situated states just to see how these numbers in isolation are just data.
Right.
There's no way to interpret this without a benchmark.
Yeah, I like to look at states, particularly in the Midwest, because they seem comparable to New Hampshire more than other states. So, and I would say that they're comparable.
Representative Priest?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm back on page 16. Do you have actually numbers of families or individuals that you provided assistance with for each of these programs? And then my second question is, do you have the data for, on slide 17, for 2024?
So on the data on slide 17 for 2024, I can get for you. This was most readily available directly from the federal website, but we have the data for 24. I
That
just
would be
need to have
great.
it pulled
Thank
from
you.
the system for you.
What about on page 16? Do you have like the number of people you've served
So
that benefited from these services?
I do have some numbers for the comprehensive family support services. I think that was right on the slide. 1,158 families that
Yeah.
were served by CF at the comprehensive family support. I will have to get numbers for the other items, such as the
That would be great.
reunification.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Representative Vankum?
Just a very quick question. I realize there are a lot of variables in these, on the page 17, on that, on the right-hand side there, but is that, patterns that look similar, or are there any major areas where the patterns have changed over the last 5 years?
I don't think significantly enough. I think this is relatively consistent. I'd be happy to provide you with the
I
last
guess
year's
some of that
data.
may show up in the 2024 numbers that Representative Priest asked for. Thank you.
Sure.
So should I be concerned that it looks like only about 25% of TANF is being successful? I mean, if you define success as gaining employment or making the income or resources to no longer qualify, if you define that as success, we only got about a quarter of the people participating in TANF graduating with honors. So how do we think? How do you think about that number?
So I think that we need to do more as far as how we determine the outcome metrics for things like the work program that TANF is funding. So how do we know the program is effective? Are people staying in their employment? And for how long? So there are actually new metrics being put into place for the system right now that are not complete. But it includes measuring people's, the outcome of the employment rate, for example, 2 quarters after they exit the TANF program. And then again, 4 quarters after they exit the TANF program. And then looking at a comparable data of their earnings. So when they exited the program, and then after a period of time, like the 2nd quarter or 6 months after that, what is their income looking at that time? So this is collaboration also with the New Hampshire Employment Security to be able to receive that particular data. We also want to look at the achievements people have been able to make after TANF with respect to their education. So how many people are attaining a high school diploma or an equivalency, for example, after they've exited the program within the first year.
Do you consider trade schools also, and not just high school and colleges, or going and getting a trade? That counts, right?
That is actually not part of the metric today, or that's being planned right now. It's basically based on high school graduation or equivalency of high school.
Okay, so you're not looking at like going on and getting an associate's or a bachelor's or?
No.
Okay, all right. Did you tell me what you think about that 25%? Do you think we can do a lot better than that? Do we think that's probably its natural state? We should learn to be satisfied with that?
So I think it's helpful to know and understand that first we've been limited in what we've been able to measure as far as looking at outcomes and success. But one of the primary metrics for the TANF program and the employment program is the work participation rate. So how many individuals are actually participating in the work program, which includes they're either working or they are participating in activities to find and gain employment, or they're going to school. So right now we have a higher participation rate than we have had in years. It's over 69% at the moment. We have to have a minimum of 50% per the federal program's requirements, but we at the moment have just over 69% participation rate.
So that sounds like the good news, and I'm not seeing that on your slide.
It's in the Bureau of Employment Support. Sorry, it's in a future slide.
Oh, okay, all right. Preview of coming attractions.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Daniels.
Thank you. I hear you talk about the employment and going back and checking to make sure that they're still employed X amount of time later, which is things that employment security can do. But I haven't heard you talk about the 39.4% that don't fulfill the requirement and you trying to find out why they're not doing that.
Right. So, and we don't track people after they close in a program. We simply just don't track people after we're not providing them with a service anymore. That's what makes it so difficult to determine how effective this program is. I think we end up having to either do our best to try to understand based on feedback we get from clients, based on forums or any kind of a study that we can conduct with various populations about why they made decisions that they did in order for us to improve programs. Those are very limited, it's limited feedback because it's tough to get people to engage when they're no longer being served by the department.
Proceed.
So I will go to slide 18, which essentially introduces a little bit of work requirements for the family assistance program under this area. So this has to do with the SNAP program, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. So there's a requirement for recipients of SNAP, a particular population of them that we refer to, this is a federal term, as able-bodied adult without dependents. So these are people who are at least 18, between 18 and 55, who are fit to work, do not have a minor child in their household, and they have to meet certain requirements, work requirements, in order to continue receiving the SNAP benefit. So the requirement includes 80 hours at least a month of either work or being actively participating in a work program or educational program. Currently, there's 281 individuals doing that. And that is the number of people who are determined to be able-bodied adults without dependents comes from the population of the SNAP recipients. SNAP recipients, it's over 70,000 people right now. But we carve out just those individuals for these work requirements who fit this definition and this criteria, 18 to 55, who don't have a minor child in their household. So it's a much smaller segment of the SNAP population.
Where does that age bracket come from?
The federal government. And in this case, it's the U.S. Department of Agriculture and the Food and Nutrition Service branch of that department. There is a time limit that we track where folks are allowed up to 3 months of the benefit if they're not yet working or participating in a work program, or they're exempt from participating for some reason. So right now there's 560 individuals who are not yet participating in a program and will need to, or they will lose their benefit after 3 months.
Representative Priest for a question.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chairman. Back to your page on 18. This slide mainly pertains to those who are between 18 and 55, but who are able-bodied adults without any children. Do you have any programs for the same statistic, but with children, with dependents?
Yes, so we have an employment and training program specifically for SNAP recipients
Okay.
that is voluntary for SNAP recipients. And that's a fairly new program that we are trying to build, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit.
And how new is it? And do you have any numbers for that?
I do, and I will
Make them available
get to
me?
them. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
But it's probably, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 years old, maybe. It's very new.
Okay, but you can provide us with the numbers. Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Yes.
Representative Nalavenko for a question.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Really quick question on some high level, what kind of exemptions that under the category of limited exemptions? And does that mean the same kind of a thing, a 3-month limitation, or how does that fit into this?
Bear with me. I will find you that answer. So the total number of individuals who fell into this this requirement is 11,737 people. So some of the exemptions include pregnancy. If you're in a substance misuse program, if you are receiving Social Security or veterans benefits, if you're an eligible student over 18, if you're receiving unemployment benefits, if you're disabled or caring for a disabled adult. Those are a bulk of them.
Really quick follow-up. Eligible student over 18, which means somebody is attending part-time or full-time
Yes.
further education
Yes.
programs? Okay, thank you.
Representative Priest?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to your response to the previous representative, could you make that available to us so we can just have that information?
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
All right. I apologize for having to step away. I've got loads of contractors in my new house, and if you miss one of those calls, you could be messed up for a long time. So, so thank you. So you're about to go on to 19?
I have completed 19, but if you have
Okay, nope,
questions, of course.
Nope, there's that 70% figure on the TANF participation rate. Tell me what that means. Outcomes and results. You got a 70% TANF participation rate.
Which slide are you referring to?
I'm looking at
sorry.
19. I'm not sure how to, it's like there's a word or two missing from that bullet.
Oh, I seem to be.
The
missing
bottom
that.
right-hand corner of page 19,
That
outcomes and
moves into-
results.
Yes. So, near 70% participation rate, that is the number or the percentage of recipients of TANF who are participating in the New Hampshire Employment Program.
Got it. And that's, you think that's the right number, or do we want that to be 85% or something?
So that's that number is the highest it's been for many, many years, but
Yeah.
of course, we want to continue to increase that.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Priest?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Along with that question, do you have numbers of the previous years that we can see the increase rates on these items of outcomes and results?
Sure.
And again, congratulations on getting an 8.2 increase. That's great.
Certainly. So this really is where we get into a little bit more of the Bureau of Employment Supports and what it does, which is really working with individuals who are recipients of TANF and SNAP, who are required to participate in work activities so that they can become self-sufficient. So we have both the New Hampshire Employment Program and the SNAP Employment and Training Program. Both are in order to accomplish the same thing: gain work experience, gain work employment, and obtain self-sufficiency. So this program works directly with employers and educational training organizations, the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act group under their state plan, New Hampshire Employment Security, Department of Business and Economic Affairs, and all to address certain labor market needs. So using TANF funding, New Hampshire is well invested in employment supports for TANF recipients. So the department administers this program for low income families who have children, and the goal is to basically end their dependency on public assistance and promote job preparation and employment. So the career counselors, as these staff are called, are highly trained. They provide services on workforce development, education, case management, and reducing barriers to employment, and prepare
Can you take
people
a
for
question then?
industry-specific.
Representative Nalvanko.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question: Do you have any issues and any people that look at the question of abuse in the EBT and the SNAP programs? Or
Do we have questions about it?
fraud and abuse?
So I think we're constantly keeping our eyes open for that, and sometimes we receive reports from anonymous sources or from people that might know something that report things to us that are then referred to our special investigations unit.
Is that significant? As a follow-up question, you see that as a significant issue or not?
No. And I have some information about that. Bear with me.
And while you're looking at that, who is the Special Investigative Division?
So that falls under the Division of Program Quality Integrity with Meredith Toulouse, yes.
Yeah.
So essentially, when there is a misuse of TANF funds, the federal government can assess penalties with the individuals or institutions that might have been at fault for any kind of fraud. So what we know of in other states, and this data is a few years old, however, it may be still relevant. In 2020, there were charges brought against 6 state officials for misappropriating TANF funding. New Hampshire is not one of those states. In Mississippi, there were 8 criminal defendants and 47 civil defendants that the Department of Human Services is suing in an attempt to recoup $77 million in stolen and misspent federal funds. So we have preventative measures and monitoring activities under our state law and rules for penalties of anyone who is misusing TANF funding. And we have an electronic benefit transfer administrator who is monitoring that activity based on the transactions that they are looking at. We have restricted locations for example, certain business types that are blocked that may be close to ATMs to establishments such as liquor stores, casino or gambling establishments, or any retail establishments that provide adult-oriented entertainment, smoke shops, tattoo parlors, marijuana dispensaries. So I can say that between December 1st of 2018 through September 30th of 2023, and I can get you some updated numbers, but not a single transaction has been attempted at a restricted location in New Hampshire.
Just a quick follow, and this purely observational, anecdotal. I see, sometimes the places that I frequent personally see places that go in and out of you'll see a sign that, they were accepting EBT and they're no longer accepting EBT. And I'm kind of curious as to why businesses or places where at one point are accepting and then at another time not accepting. Are there issues with the how they're reimbursed or the funding or anything that would cause that kind of a pattern?
No, I think that the federal government, that includes the U.S. Department of Agriculture for SNAP and the Administration for Children and Families for TANF, really look at a variety of ways they can promote the utilization of SNAP benefits in particular, or TANF benefits. So I think that that's essentially arrangements for promotional public materials that promote those programs from those establishments. So grocery stores, for example, will make a note of that. I see them in various places as well, but that's not administered by the department.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Maybe you can help me reconcile some of the numbers you have. On page 19, you indicate that close to 70% of the TANF participation rates in employment programs. But yet on page 17, only 14% have gained employment. So does that mean that we have 56% of them that don't gain employment?
So it's fluid. So you may have individuals who have gained employment from numbers that were put together from 2023 information. This 70% of TANF participation rate is as of 2024. So the participation rate doesn't necessarily mean they have found employment. They could be participating in the employment program and doing what they're supposed to do, but maybe they haven't found work yet.
And I understand that. But even 1 year apart, and the fact that 70% are in training, but the previous year only 14% gained employment. It seems like maybe something isn't working with the training programs.
And that goes back to wanting to make sure that we're collecting the right data so that we can report out on that. And it's really difficult to do. We just initiated a post-TANF program that's very new. It's being done in a few other states as well, but it's a very new concept to try to work with people after they've closed TANF in order to track them and how well that they're doing, whether they've gained employment or they're still searching. That is a voluntary program that we would track people who volunteer for that for a year after their TANF benefit closes. So I'm hoping we could perhaps gain some better understanding as to what the effectiveness is here.
Okay, thank you.
So on, let's see, where should I go next? I don't think we looked at the,
Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't going to ask this, but I am, then I second thought I'm going to ask it. Are there any of the, any disincentives built into the eligibility requirements that would, for example, would it discourage somebody from looking for full-time work? And I'm looking at the 80 hours a month. If you go over a certain threshold, are there any situations where not going to work would reduce the amount of total income you have?
Yes.
And if there are, what can you do to eliminate disincentives?
Right. So the couple of things. So for that able-bodied program, for example, somebody would be able to receive up to 3 months, and it doesn't have to be consecutive months, up to 3 months, that if they're not participating in a work program or working, they would lose their benefit. It would close. For the TANF program, if they're not meeting certain requirements, so if somebody is supposed to participate in the work program and they're not, then they would face sanctions that ultimately starts with a reduction in their grant and could lead to the benefit closing.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
All right, so now you're on 19, beginning Bureau of Employment Supports.
Yes, unless you want to go through the accounting units for the Bureau of Family Assistance Director's Office.
So this is what I'm thinking, since we're gonna have to come back anyways, this is as good a stopping point as anyway to keep the integrity of your presentation together so we can complete a section. So I think, we should take, a recess to go get some food. How much time do you think, we need, Representative Tulerski? 45 minutes, come back at 12:45? That sounds okay? All right. Does department have any issues with coming back at 12:45?
No?
All right. All right. So with that, we're in recess until 12:45. The 1 minute warning. 1 minute warning. All right, it's 12:45. I'm going to bring Division 3 out of recess. We'll pick up where we left off, page 19 of the department's slide deck. And welcome back. Hope everyone had a good lunch.
Thank you. So I wanted to just, for a point of clarification, because I think it would be really helpful on one of the TANF slides, specifically slide 17. The data that's there with respect to percentages of various circumstances, that's actually representative of cases that have closed for those reasons in that year. And I didn't write that. So I wanted to make sure that that was clear, and it may alleviate some confusion.
I thought it was clear enough, but appreciate the clarification. It totals to about 100%, so I figured it was meant to be inclusive, so.
Right, yep. Those are reasons for cases closing their TANF. So I think we could move to slide 20, which takes us back to the accounting units for the starting with the director's office. If there are any questions on that.
Just, excuse me, thank you. Just one quick comment. That's where we said, I think earlier in this morning's session that there were, 741 positions in there and 417 of those were unfunded? Did I catch that right?
Good afternoon, Nathan White, Chief Financial Officer with the Department of Health and Human Services. So within the Division of Economic Stability in the governor's state fiscal year 26 recommended budget, there's 587. And I believe there's approximately 74, 73 that are unfunded within this division.
Okay, so where is that in the book? It's included in those,
So if you look at page 885 of the governor's recommended budget,
okay.
at the end, you'll see the totals for the division, both in terms of dollars as well as the classified and unclassified full-time authorized positions.
Okay, thanks. I was just on the wrong page. Thank you. Just a very quick follow-up. Those are all funded in those numbers?
No, so there, and I've been corrected. There's 73 unfunded positions that are included in that total.
Thank you.
And those dollars have been removed from the class 10 and class 60 lines. So the reduction in funding is reflected in the totals you see in the bottom.
And I'm sure there's a reason for this, but I'm just looking at on page 866 of the budget book under grants for public assistance and relief 074. There's 1.1 million there, and this is under the director's office. So I'm just curious about the placement of that size account doing grants in a director's office? Shouldn't that be under more of an operational bureau?
That specifically funds a contract for SNAP Education, which is 100% federal funds.
Okay, so there's not a different bureau for SNAP education. This is the most logical place to put that?
Correct.
Okay. I do have a question about education in general, and maybe you could bring me back to this, Mr. White, because you picked up on some of this. Last budget cycle, we had a group in public health that did public communications, did, sort of outreach messaging. Then we had a special source of money that came in, and we decided that we were going to set up, I think, I think it was the brain disorder, a separate PR program, and they ran in parallel. One of the things I said was I'd like to see only one department in the Department of Health and Human Services that manages sort of public facing education and training. And I know that's not in here, but talking about education here just triggered that thought.
Sure. Are you referring to the public awareness campaign on brain health, Alzheimer's disease, and related dementias?
Yeah, that was a special project, and it was supposed to be a one-time project because there was no marketing collaterals, and they just needed to be some. What did we do with that? Did we roll that up into something else for the coming budget, or did we on-go it?
No, so that was a one-time appropriation of $500,000.
Yeah.
I believe it was made out of the surplus funds from state fiscal year 23. So that has not been budgeted going forward.
Perfect. Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Hebert, I rained on your parade.
No, not at all.
Representative Wallner?
Thank you. I'm just wanted to pick up on something that Mr. White just sort of alluded to. The 73 unfunded positions, and I should have asked this in more, not just here, but throughout when we've been going through the budget. How do we decide which are unfunded, and what is that going to mean for a division like this when their workforce is that reduced?
Sure. So there's two pieces of statute that are really critical for the department to be successful. One is currently in RSA, and that's the authority that allows us to fill unfunded positions. The second piece is currently in HB2. The final HB2 should be out here soon. That allows us to move money out of between personnel lines, essentially. And the department has a central team that we utilized during the last hiring freeze, where basically we have a centralized process where requests come in and we look globally at the department's needs, so that we look at what are the overall operating needs. And it's certainly a bit of a balance as far as posting the right positions and looking at what are the needs in the community, what are the needs, what are the support needs, what are the direct care needs that, certainly takes precedence and importance there. So there's certainly no good answer, but we do already have a process in place to try to address this as dynamically and nimbly as we can.
So, in a division like this one, where I'm not sure what these 73 unfunded positions are, but I would think that some of them might be eligibility workers. And I know that just from my own experience in working with families, they often talk about, how long it takes for them to apply, get a service. And I'm wondering what happens to the workload, and what happens to the lag of time for these families.
So I have Yeah.
It-
So
As you address that, would you also talk about New Heights? I think that's the eligibility system and any improvements to productivity we've gotten there.
yes, I have that incorporated into my presentation, so I'm going to talk a little bit about that, but I will say that it's concerning as to what the impact of not being able to hire in these positions is going to have on clients and their ability to serve them. It's pretty significant. Training for this, the majority of staff are new. They're considered to be trainees in field eligibility. It's like 60 some odd percent of them. Takes 9 to 12 months to go through training. And there are people who leave because they realize this is not something that I can do. So the more people, we have a lot of churn, we have a lot of turnover in this particular area of the division. So we have a number of different strategies and things that we're trying to accomplish that I'm going to talk about. But there is still nonetheless some significant concerns and challenges going forward to meet the demand and meet the needs of people if we can't fill these positions.
Thank
So,
you.
yeah, I think that the numbers I have are about 69 positions that are in the field side of the house of BFA right now.
So if I take what Mr. White said and what you just said, is that the vacant positions that you have get thought about in this more centralized group as the total group takes looks at the priorities overall in the department. And that there is at least been some kind of an active decision for these vacancies, although it's probably still the case that you would want more.
Yes, definitely. So it's pretty much my responsibility to ensure that those who are making the decisions about priorities understand what the impacts are if we were not able to fill certain positions.
And what one of the hopes from two budget cycles ago, now I'm on my third, is that when we talked about New Heights, and it sounds like you're about to talk about New Heights anyways,
Yes.
but that as we spent actually a huge ramp up in IT, 3 budgets ago, from being nearly zeroed out, that the hope was by investing in systems like New Heights, that we would gain a tremendous productivity enhancement because we'll have a tool in place. So that New Heights is now 5 years old or so, or at least the biggest revisions. Could you talk about how that system has affected the productivity of your eligibility team?
There have been numerous enhancements made to New Heights. I would like to say probably a majority of them based on changes or new requirements of our federal partners or under state law. That the funding limits what we are then able to do just to make things perhaps more efficient for staff. That often is not at the top of the list. So we're looking at changing. I'm going to talk about business models and the things that we're doing in planning for both the IT system and business models for the Bureau of Family Assistance that should support greater efficiencies for staff. But yes, there's certainly always more we need to improve upon because our environment is changing constantly. And we need to be leveraging the systems that we have to keep up with that. And it takes a long time to be able to implement any kind of design and develop first, but then implement changes that are going to be needed. So we're often, I think, a little behind in keeping up with demand of the changes that are actually needed because it does take a long time to be able to implement those. So moving on with the accounting units under the Bureau of Family Assistance, I'm looking at slide 21. There's the accounting unit for TANF. So the rest of the accounting units in this particular bureau are all the various state and federal assistance programs and the funding needed to provide those benefits to each of those populations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that page 868 on line 074, grants for public assistance and relief, there's a significant increase for 2026 and 2027. Can you explain what's happening with that?
I'm sorry, is there a particular class line you're focusing on?
Yeah, 074.
Oh, okay. Yep. Employment support. Sorry, I'm flipping through pages here. So this essentially is workforce development contracts. We have two vendors that provide services specifically for more of the longer term, more intense activities for people who are in the employment program. So what we've added into these contracts is the ability to implement the post TANF support programs that includes the ability to track those individuals.
Okay,
And that class line is 100% federal funds.
okay. What about, may I continue at the next line? Contracts for program services. I'm sorry. Yes, you have 0 in existing years, but then you're up 1.5 million in each year.
Yep. So this is an enhancement or expansion rather of the SNAP employment and training program to essentially offer support services through a new vendor that we would be having do case management of their employment activities, job search, resume development, career building, or what tuition or what education they may need, credentialing that they may need. So that's the increase there.
Okay, thank you.
The remaining accounting units under the Bureau of Family Assistance. So we have each of those programs. Some of them are under $1 million, so it's not identified in the briefing book. If there are any questions about those.
Definition of older children for separate state TANF program.
19 to 20, 19 to 26, I believe. These are children coming out of foster care.
Okay, that's really old. All right. A couple of years later, they'll be on Social Security.
They may now be. Any further questions on those accounting units? I'll pause for a bit.
On page 22, you'll probably get some questions on refugee grants.
Sure.
Tell us how much this is all 100% federal and we don't see any indication that money to support the refugees that we've already been assigned are going to be pulled.
I have no indication of that.
Have you heard anything, Mr. White?
Nothing official. I mean, similar to the conversation we had earlier, I think there's still a lot of unknowns
Yeah.
at this point.
All right. surprised the SNAP incentive program is under $1 million. What does that do?
SNAP incentive program, I think it's $100,000, essentially to fund what's known as a double up food bucks program. Essentially, it's to promote the purchase of healthy foods, vegetables, fruits, so that it incentivizes people to make those purchases because it'll give you double the value, double the your money's worth in those purchases, up to $20 a day.
Representative Priest?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, as I've discussed before, would it be possible to get figures of how many people you provide services with all of the Bureau of Family Assistance? And if you have any previous years, we would like to see that too, if that's possible.
How many years would you like?
Well, how many years? Let's say 5 years
Okay.
prior.
Are we basically asking you to replicate what's in these budget briefing books? Isn't a lot of this data, the
The
details?
previous years, are there?
I don't know. I'm asking a question because we haven't consulted the budget briefing book today, and I'm just curious if the questions we're asking on the PowerPoint have been anticipated and put into the budget briefing book. So that's a question.
Yeah. So the history is not included in the briefing book. So I think I can simply provide some like a table of the different programs and numbers over a 5-year period, if that would be helpful.
That would be great. Thank you.
Sure. Anything else on those accounting units? Okay. The slide 23 is specific to employment supports. It is incorporated in the Bureau of Family Assistance budget, but it is its own bureau and its own accounting unit specifically for that particular program.
What you've mentioned that you're developing new outcome measures a couple times already, and then it's in this bullet again. What are you doing? How are you doing that? What's your process?
So essentially, the metrics, for example, for TANF, changes of the requirements for that have been handed down from federal regulations. So it's essentially just working them into the system so that New Heights can track that information and then issue federal reports for it as required.
Representative Priest?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 867, line 085, interagency transfers out of F. Can you just give us more explanation about what's happening there?
Sure.
Okay, so
On
in
page
2024 was 31,000. It's adjusted this year for 153, and then it jumps up to 705.
I think I may be on the wrong page.
Probably.
867? That's why I didn't see it.
So this,
Okay, I see it.
just looking at the split.
It is a big jump.
Yep. So this is transfers for funding that supports exchanges of information with Employment Security and the State Workforce Innovation Board. It also serves as the pass-through for federal funding for the community college system that promotes the employment and training services for SNAP recipients.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just a quick question. That's UNH that we're talking about there?
It's the community college system.
Oh, community
Yep.
college system. Thank you.
Okay. So I would then introduce us to the, oh, sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry. Back on page 867, contracts for operational services, I imagine. Zero from the last year and the adjusted year this year, but it jumps up to $3.8 million for the next 2 years. Can you just give us some reading on that, please?
So if you look at class 74, you'll see that that was zeroed out.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, those funds were moved into 103, and again, part of that's done for tracking purposes, where when we have 100% federally funded contractor agreement, we track it in 74, and you'll see those movements throughout the years pretty commonly.
Okay, thank you.
Then I would invite you to join me in reviewing the other half of the Bureau of Family Assistance, specifically our field operations. And starting on slide 24. So the field operations side of the house, this is where the eligibility determinations are made by these particular staff. So the Bureau here assists, of course, individuals and families to access approximately 50 different medical and economic assistance programs. So that's the service that they're providing, basically enabling people to access those assistance programs. They are responsible to determine financial eligibility for all of the programs, including long-term care applications. So we have folks who apply for Medicaid, but then also who apply through this long-term care unit specifically for long-term care, so nursing facility or the Medicaid waiver for Choices for Independence, known as CFI. We provide services to the public through 11 different district offices, plus 3 additional units that do not have people come meet with them in person, but they do provide direct services over the phone for folks. That includes long-term care, a number of staff who work on eligibility cases in a state office location, and our disability determination unit.
So a question there, you, on the long-term care collaboration, are these are the people who take a look at a client's needs and assess their clinical care needs, and by assessing their clinical care needs, they go into the long-term care setting with some sort of acuity rating of some kind, and the amount of money that gets reimbursed is dependent upon that acuity rating. Is that what these folks do, Karen?
No, I would say that's likely more through our managed care organizations that determine level and types of care. This is essentially to be determined eligible financially and eligible medically for long-term care services. What the services are moves to a different area under Medicaid.
So I don't think that our MCOs do long-term care. They don't get into the evaluation of the care. But the bottom line is you're not doing evaluation of the level of care needed for these folks. You're doing simply the financial assessment.
Correct, which is probably why I didn't answer that correctly.
No, that's fine. Because I'm just coming up to speed on how we do the care assessments, and there's been some discussion about moving that to the counties. That would not affect your department, other than you would still probably be involved in the financial assessment.
We're engaging with at least one particular county to look at a pilot so that the county could assist in determining eligibility financially
Right.
for long-term care services. The hope is that it would perhaps build capacity for the ability to process those effectively and timely.
I think Ms. Santinella wants to make me smarter. What are you going to say?
Sure. You will hear about the medical eligibility. That's done under the Division of Long-Term Supports and Services when Melissa Hardy's here next week.
Okay, and so Ms. Hebert's group and that group collaborates to create essentially a client profile of financial and medical needs?
Correct.
Is that sort of profile building? Is that done in New Heights, or how is that sort of integrated view of the client?
Yes.
Where's that housed?
New Heights.
That's in New Heights?
Yes. Adam said so.
And in what?
Adam said so.
Oh, okay. So he's right, I'm sure. And then is New Heights a system that our MCOs also touch?
Not for that eligibility.
No. Do our counties interact with New Heights?
There's different levels of access, and Adam is going to talk about that because he is New Heights.
And is New Heights a software only server, or service as a software?
Adam LeCain, I'm the project manager for New Heights. So I think the first question was the counties. We have, as Karen said, the pilot for Merrimack County to be able to have access to and sure, and assist on the financial side. I don't believe that has kicked off just yet, no. And for, what was the second question, software as a service?
Well, I wanted to know if the MCOs use New Heights, and Ms. Santinella just said, no, not for
They-
long-term care.
No, they
But do
they
they do it?
have access to New. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead. No. So you're about to answer the rest
So
of
the
the
MCOs
question.
do have access to New Heights, very minimal information we share with them. It's really just that they're able to go in and look at individuals that are eligible with them.
Yeah.
And they can see their information, their Medicaid information in
Yeah.
Heights. They don't have any update access to the
Okay,
system.
and so is that application offered as software as a service? Is that a cloud-based
No, everything
client?
is on-prem. We own it, the state. It's at Hazen Drive.
And you install fat clients, thin clients?
It's web clients.
It's all kind of thin client is
yep,
the
thin
old
clients.
term, and I'm old, so. Okay, that helps, because there's another discussion happening in background on what we should do with long-term service support, whether we should be talking about migrating that to the MCOs and what that would do. And so I just want to know how this financial eligibility would have to go along with that. So thank you for the sidebar.
No problem.
So this is an area of the division, so the Bureau of Family Assistance in field operations, that is experiencing many challenges to providing quality services to people, including meeting timeframes and reaching high performance. So I would draw your attention to the outcomes that really is all about the volume of work that these folks are doing, and at a 23% vacancy rate among these staff. So we're challenged to conduct these activities, but as monthly, these folks are processing over 8,000 on average new applications. They are making over 13,000 redeterminations or renewals of eligibility for people monthly. We receive about 29,000 phone calls monthly, inbound calls. That's not even the total amount. It's only the amount we record from our Tier 1 call center. Staff are processing over 91,000 documents a month. and making over 26,000 updates to cases every month. So the volume is extraordinary and challenged by the fact that we have such a high vacancy rate in this particular area. So while we're trying to provide services to about 200,000 people.
So this is all great, good data. But I like context. And so one point of context is that's a tremendous amount of work, the way you presented it and emphasized it. But do you have manpower benchmarks to say, you know, a person should only do 500 new applicants a year, or each person should only do 1,000? Do you have sort of a manpower metric to be able to apply consistently to the workload we're dealing with?
We're trying to look through a particular internal committee at caseloads and workloads right now. So it's been very difficult to try to identify what are those benchmarks.
Right.
So the answer is no, I don't have that.
But right now you can calculate, because you have actual work and you have actual numbers of people, you can calculate the current workload benchmarks, because it just is the numbers that you're dealing with. From there, it would just secondarily be, what should the benchmark be if it should be below what you're currently experiencing? So
Sure. And I think it changes, though, perhaps every day, because we have people that leave. We have people that are new trainees that are not able to take on the full workload that a seasoned eligibility worker can take on. So they start off slow, they start off small,
Yeah.
and then build from there once they reach certain competencies.
yeah,
So it's difficult to measure this.
all right, I get it. Thanks.
Sure.
Representative Priest, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. And thank you for acknowledging. And thank you for taking my question. Again, back on the outcomes and results monthly, was this a particular month, or was this an average of all of the months in 24?
It's an average over the last year.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. So you spoke earlier about it taking, I think it was up to 9 months to train a person for one of these positions. Are they required to understand the eligibility for each of these programs, both the state eligibility and the federal eligibilities?
It's eligibility, yes, for all programs, but it's also policy, it's procedures, which are very detailed. There's a lot of, well, if it's this set of facts, then you do this. If it's that set of facts, then you do that. So it's very tedious. It's a lot to learn and understand and remember. So we have a training unit to try to keep up with the need, which has been challenging as well to do that. So that's where I think some of the system changes and plans that we're making may come into place to assist with that.
So when you hire a new person, do they go for training, or do they actually, is it sort of on the job training?
So there's some preliminary information, but until they are able to hit a certain competency, they're not allowed to be on their own, so to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Do your processes support sort of a competency developed or regulated workflow capability? Like if you got 100 cases, you got 15 of them that are really hard and 20 of them that are kind of easy. Does your workflow manager basically allow the development of a workflow so that you can have the appropriately ready competency dealing with that work?
So the workload management is they utilize a daily dashboard in a sense. It basically directs them on the different tasks and things that they need to accomplish next for any given number of cases.
For any number of cases, not per client, but.
Correct.
Okay. And then that their clients, the set of their clients is based on like a degree of difficulty? Is your workflow manager that good?
So
Or does everyone get the same basic cut of difficulty?
I'll have to have my expert in that
Yeah,
answer
no,
your
no,
question,
this
if
is
that's
where the
okay.
productivity really comes in, you know,
Yes, it
is
does.
the extent to which the workflow management of these IT systems
Mm-hmm.
are adaptable so that you can
Right.
hit the work that they're able to do and then elevate it as they get better. So what can you tell us about this?
I'm Carrie Schroeder. I'm the Bureau Chief for BFA Field Ops. So our trainees learn programs at a time, so their caseload reflects that. So for example, if somebody is brand new coming in, they'll learn all of the policy and procedures for SNAP, for example. Once they have a handle on that, then we add additional programs to it. In their caseload, they'll have a mixed bag, if you will. So there will be some that are, straightforward applications and some of them that are more difficult, I guess. And it's really just to see what their competency level is as they get added to. And if they don't continually progress, then we go back and then make sure that they're getting that as they go.
That's reassuring. Thank you.
Yep.
So,
Representative Tulerski and then Representative Navalko.
Quick question when we talk about eligibility. I know that children who are in households with TANF or SNAP are automatically eligible for free and reduced lunch meals. And I'm just curious how that communication happens with the Department of Education.
And I believe that's just through an interface with the Department of Education.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, I was right.
Okay.
It's an electronic interface with them.
Could the
Through-
communication go the other way too?
Does it go the other way?
Could the communication go the other way too? Yeah. So, thanks.
yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a question that builds on what Representative Edwards was asking. And when I look at that list of outcome and results and listening to what was said here, I'm assuming that some of the staff are handling, all of something in all of these categories. Some maybe, for example, on the redeterminations, there's a higher level of training and staff may be dedicated to that. Is that a correct characterization in terms of workflow? So, and then finally, the case updates, documents scanned and indexed, everybody must be doing that, right?
Yes. So we have a unit that specifically is responsible for the documents that have been scanned or uploaded from our self-service portal and then index them. So in other words, attach them, virtually speaking, to a particular case. But then the eligibility staff have to then take each of those documents, which they're just images now of the documents, and then process them. So depending on what the document is, will dictate what needs to be processed and how. And I forget the first part of your question, sorry.
I think that answers the question. So it's a combination of, and attributable to the level of training that's required in order to,
Yes.
to do some of these tasks. Some of them are relatively mechanical tasks.
Yes.
Some of them require some judgmental determination according to whatever the rules in the specific program is.
So we have what staff that can that perform the eligibility responsibilities are referred to as generalists. They essentially have to know everything about everything. Although the unit that manages long-term care applications, that is quite a bit more involved. There's a significant amount of manual work that has to be done with reviewing long-term applications that includes a 3 to 5 year look back of hundreds or if not thousands of pages of documents to help determine whether or not the individual is financially eligible for long-term care. There's a lot of manual workarounds with our IT system right now for long-term care, which is in our plans to make improvements. But it's tedious. It requires a lot of very focused time in reviewing each of those documents.
Thank you.
Representative Priest?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back on the outcomes and results, the monthly average for 2024, do you have figures of the previous 5 years to see if these averages are going up or down or staying the same for your workload?
So there may be nuances or variables involved in looking at past years. For example, the inbound calls we've had looking at different metrics with a couple of different vendors that have been involved in our Tier 1 call center. So there may be some nuanced differences there. Case updates, because cases change all the time, policies change all the time, which means procedures for staff change all the time. So there could be some differences there that are tough to compare to past years. I could certainly give you something that might be relatively comparable would be
Sure,
the previous year.
That would be great. And have you in the past had the same kind of vacancy rate of 23%? Or is that just being increased because of the market pressures?
So we've had about a 20 to 23% vacancy rate in this bureau for several years.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, this isn't your issue, but I've got a doctor's appointment coming up. I have about 25 more minutes before I have to leave. You guys can continue, but if we could try to do it in that time.
Sure. If you want to go to slide 25, that essentially gives you some history over the last year of each month for the Tier 1 call center. This is an external contracted vendor call center that basically answers calls into a central location for the Bureau of Family Assistance. This is a prioritized need, and it is a significant prioritized need. I wanted to show you that with a call center, a Tier 1 call center, we have two tiers. Essentially, Tier 2 is made up of BFA internal staff who are more experts to handle complex questions or information. But the Tier 1 answers a lot of general questions. Right now, they have a 2.7 abandonment rate, which is pretty good. And a 17-minute average wait time, which seems like a long time, but I will tell you that without the call center, we have had about a 2 to 3 hour wait time. I don't like waiting for 10 seconds on the call, never mind on that. So
you say this is a prioritized need.
It is.
Mr. White, were you present when this was discussed with the governor's office? What sort of thought did they have on this?
I would have to go back and talk to them relative to their conclusion, but I don't believe we had too extensive a conversations relative to this.
How much more money is in the prioritized need request?
Sure. So if you turn to slide 36 of the presentation, you will see the eligibility call center on the first line there. It's 1.8 million general funds each year of the biennium.
Yikes. Are these prioritized needs on the back, these 5 of them, are they rank ordered? Is this meant to
No.
be your increment list of what you would do first, second, third?
no, I didn't rank them in that sense.
Okay,
They-
we're going to need a ranking if we're
Okay.
going to do anything with that list.
can do that.
And then we're going to probably need to know what sort of a minimum essential opening bid might look like or whether, you know, like, for example, eligibility call center 1.8 in general in the first year. I mean, all right, so what would 700,000 buy you? I need to know if these are all or nothing, or if there's some sort of range in here.
Sure. I think part of it would be dependent upon what funds were available, because we would need to go out to bid for this.
Yeah.
And if there was a fixed amount of money, then we would probably need to disclose that in the RFP or depending on the method that we'd want to utilize to see what was a level of service that we could get. But Karen, I don't know if you want to speak to what this would buy us at these amounts.
So essentially, this would give us a call center that would be able to keep up with a required capacity of inbound calls. So that would include not just the general phone number, but we would want them to be able to manage inbound calls for long-term care and other areas of the Bureau. So it essentially would cover training, a number of the customer service representatives, like perhaps about 35 to 40 representatives answering the calls, and that they would also be able to perform certain administrative services for us where we may need them, such as outreach activities that we have had to do in the past. That just gives you, I think, a general sense of where we're going with that.
Yeah. Maybe we could set up just a office visit to talk about these prioritized needs. I think I just need more nuance in the detail.
Sure.
And I don't think we're ready to do that today, and because I don't even have my questions, but I think some of these seem, as I'm looking at 36, some of them appear as though they have a business case behind them, and I kind of want to understand the business case, and that may take more time than we have here today. So I'm fairly available. I can come over sometime to Brown to go through this. That's my offer.
Definitely do that.
Representative Priest, do you have a question, or do you
I do have a question. Thank
see
you
where it
for
goes to? Okay.
acknowledging. I'm also on page 36, and in some of the lines, like the eligibility call center, it just doesn't add up. So could someone go back and take a look at that? And also, in the same vein as Chairman Edwards, I would like to know if you have any cost efficiencies, if these priorities, if, for instance, if we were able to fund some of these, would there be cost savings down the road, and how much would they be for the department?
That's exactly what I meant when I said these feel like they have business cases that could be put
Yeah,
behind
we
them.
need to, yeah, I would like to see the cost efficiencies, given the fact that there's so much demand for so little money that we have to work with. So that would be great. And also, if you can just take a look at the total on some of those lines, I would appreciate it too. Thank you.
Yeah, the totals are incorrect for the eligibility call center. I think one thing to consider is sometimes when we put together prioritized needs, we're not only thinking about cost efficiencies, we're also thinking about cost aversion. So the SNAP error reduction rate, that's an example of where if we were to be able to improve our systems, we would lower the likelihood of future potential federal penalties.
So that's a business case,
That is a business case, right?
you know, kind of a risk management approach. Representative Seaworth?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully this is simple. When I look at, for example, the eligibility call center, there's a general federal split. Is that federal money we're currently ineligible for, that if we spent the 1.8 million, we would then be able to get?
So it's essentially a federal match to the general funds based on the percentages of the program. Am I saying that right? Okay.
And I guess just to make sure I'm not misunderstanding, it's federal money in addition to everything else that's already in the budget, not
Correct.
taking from some other area. Thank you.
Correct. Correct.
So Representative Tversky, you just heard me invite myself to like an office call to go into some more detail on these business cases. If your party wants to send somebody with me so we could just brainstorm it together. Pardon me?
On the prioritized needs on page 36?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I'd like someone involved with that.
Yeah, no, I'll keep you in the loop as we develop a potential schedule, because I think that, you know, 3 or 4 of us, not from the committee, but someone from your party, my party, and then the department, we could have a good, quick conversation. All right, what can you do in 10 minutes? These next 2 slides, 26 and 27, fascinate me.
Well, then let's go there. So these 2 slides are essentially about New Heights, the integrated eligibility and enrollment system, which is no longer about just eligibility. Heights is actually an acronym, which stands for Helping Empower Individuals Get Help Transitioning to Self-Sufficiency. So this, the New Heights team, essentially, I like to refer to as the central nervous system of the division, which is now really expanding into other divisions as well, including Medicaid and long-term supports and services. So we want to continue adopting and leveraging technology that is available to us to just continuous improvement, continuously creating more efficiencies so that access is easier and that staff have an easier time processing. So as you can see on the boxes to the right, this is my right, the number of households that are in open cases right now is over 133,000. There are a number of folks that have given us permission to use text and email for communicating with them, which certainly creates efficiencies. There are 133,000 active New Hampshire Easy accounts. New Hampshire Easy is the web-based self-service portal that is connected with the eligibility system. Easy is an acronym. It stands for the Electronic Application System. And that's essentially what it is. People can apply online through it. They can create an account. They can upload documents to it. They can communicate with us through it. They can see the status of their application and benefits and a lot of information. It's also used by a number of Medicaid enrolled providers to be able to look at the status of certain applications, like for nursing facility, long-term care, so that they can help us help the client or their patient in order to get a determination of eligibility as quickly as possible. So they're able to look at the accounts with certain authorization from the client to be able to help with that. There are a number of projects that we've conducted in 24 and even more in 26, and I'd like to talk about those. Essentially serving 1,100 department users and about 1 million transactions every single day. There are a number of priority projects that we're looking at, including some strategies that would reduce the SNAP error rate, which we were just talking about. There are a number of projects that we want to implement that would actually enhance the user experience for New Hampshire Easy to make it easier. There are a number of operational efficiencies that we want to be able to implement, which I can talk about as well, what those priorities are. On the second slide, slide 27, This is more specifically narrowed down to the work that is being built in New Heights, specifically to support long-term supports and services. So we've added a number of users to the system for that, which includes IT support for case management and services for the Choices for Independence Medicaid waiver, the developmentally disabled population, acquired brain disorder, those waiver management activities. There's functionality in here now that supports adult protective services, and there are a number of additional users and
Are these 5 bullets mutually exclusive, or if you do like one set of IT upgrade, you get all of them in the same upgrade packet? Are these distinct?
these are distinct separate functions of the system
All right.
now that support
Thank you.
long-term support.
So do you have prioritizations within those even?
Yes.
All right.
So, and I wanted to touch on, so those are, you'll see in the box there, the higher priority projects for the system that supports, for example, the system of care for healthy aging, and a number of Medicaid projects, a number of them, and some other long-term care waiver projects. So this is also designed to help support area agencies and other stakeholders, nursing facilities, helping those clients, those patients, helping us to help them.
So I'm just going to give you a germ of a thought. If this conversation continues around migrating long-term service support to MCOs, that may have implications for how you prioritize these particular projects. Maybe hold off on the long-term care a little longer. I don't know. I don't know what to do with that, but I just want to let you know that there has been discussion about.
Sure. And I think that Director Hardy can provide you with quite a bit more detail and information specific to the long-term care supports and services work and how that is being impacted with what changes we're making for them in New Heights.
Okay. What's critical on these last few slides? Because I'd like to give the public an opportunity if anyone.
So
wants
I
to
do
say
want to talk about, just for briefly, if I can, the priority areas that we're looking at specifically for BFA, or the Bureau of Family Assistance, in the business models that we're currently using. We're really identifying the impact of operations here by looking at process, people, and systems. There are a significant number of demands. There are a lot of challenges in this bureau to meet them. So how can we leverage changing certain models of how we do business? So for example, changing from a case-based model, processing model, to a task-based processing model. So I'll talk about that very briefly. But we're basically just recognizing where the challenges are in each of these processes.
So I like this slide a lot. I can relate to this. I see the source is Deloitte.
It is, yes.
Are the Deloitte people essential to this effort?
Yes, they're essentially conducting quite an analysis for us in order to help us determine what changes we may want to pursue.
Are you all able to hire 1 or 2 or 3 really great people in the department and do with less Deloitte service? Deloitte's pretty expensive.
Well,
they're great quality.
yeah, and this is work that Deloitte has been partnering with us on to try to look towards the future of what it is that we may be able to do, whether it's low-hanging fruit, low or no-cost items that we would look towards changing, or more complex or higher cost items that we would look towards changing. So this is a very early stage of looking at a comparison of what other states are doing.
Yeah.
And seeing where they're successful and what's not working in other particular states. So they're bringing us all of this information.
So this slide is July 24, so we've got 8 months of rate already with Deloitte? Okay, and you're starting to feel like you're already seeing results?
Well, we're seeing basically identifying what it is that we could prioritize as far as changes
Yeah.
based on funding that we may have and the complexity. What is the level of effort needed for any of the things that are recommended? So we've quite a list from them that we are trying to prioritize right now. But because we're so chronically understaffed and have identified, really where it is that we want to, where it is we need to make some particular changes that would help reduce our vacancy rate and help make training easier. But it includes further automation to align with that business model.
Yeah.
And I know that you heard from Mr. Readers a bit about implementing AI in some instances, and this is an area that we're looking at for that, specifically limited to policies, looking
Right.
at real-time information for staff.
So I feel like I'm jamming you on time here as you're reaching the conclusion. And so like earlier when we said that we would try to find another Division 3 work session to bring your slide back on item 4 of the TANF. If you go home and think about this and you go, oh darn, I need another 15 minutes, let's put those two things together and tack it on to another Division 3.
Sure.
So can you conclude? Before you conclude though, is there anyone in the audience who thinks they want to testify or say something on this subject? Okay, so there are a couple of people. So are you able to kind of conclude with where we're at, knowing that you can come back and nail the landing later?
Well, I think that if there are questions specifically to the accounting units in this particular area,
Yeah.
we would want time to be able to look at that. But I wanted to lay a bit of a foundation so that you have an understanding as to here are the challenges, this is what we're currently doing about them, and this is what I would like your help with in the future.
I think that prioritized need list is fascinating, and we just need to talk about it and see if we've got a business case that justifies the taxpayers' investment in the next budget, because cash is tight. So I'm in a learning mode with you.
Excellent.
Mr. White, do you have anything you want to wrap up on here?
No, not at this point. Thank you, though.
Okay, any members have final questions before we call the audience? Representative Daniels?
Thank you. This is a question for Mr. White. Throughout the presentations, I think every member on the committee has asked at one time or another about the numbers on, you might go from $0 to $3 million. And you've done a great job in explaining where it comes from. Unfortunately, I'd probably be here another 3 hours if I wrote down everything that you said. So as I go through the budget, what is the best way for me, when I see a figure that I don't understand, to be able to understand that? I know you had talked at one time about not giving a whole budget listing of the transfers. But I also feel that it may not be the best way to present you with 50 questions a day.
Sure. I agree. I mean, I think the budget is a very difficult, opaque document because it doesn't say exactly what it means. I would recommend if there are specific areas to initially go through the LBA and start there. And if Kevin doesn't have the answer, I can work with Kevin to get the correct answer for you. And we are working on those crosswalks from the DCYF presentation that we had discussed, and we should have those for you here soon.
Representative Stringham, welcome. Do you
Thank
want to start at the top and go back through, or?
Yeah, can you just repeat everything? No, thank you very much. I did have I was able to review participate in most of this remotely. A question I had coming back to the TANF question was, first of all, I wanted you to verify that the spending for this biennium is adequate to maintain the TANF funding at the same level going forward. And then following up on that, it sounded like you have concerns that some of the staff reductions is going to leave us short in TANF spending, and that you're I want to make sure I understood properly that you're going to come back to us during the budget process with TANF fully funded to maintain the funding for the next biennium cycle. And then I have one follow-up question.
Could I ask you to clarify that? Or I heard two things in there. I think you want to validate that we're on track to finish this existing budget with the appropriate match, right? And you're also asking going forward what the risks are associated with meeting in the next budget's match.
That's exactly correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you.
Sure. So I can't yet say for the current state fiscal year. We are working on the analysis. So I've talked about the budget system that we implemented a couple of years back. That now allows us in real time to quickly be able to determine that. So that analysis is ongoing. Probably need at least another week. And the discussion that occurred earlier, Representative Stringham, while you were not here, was relative to the reduction of the 394 unfunded positions and whether we'd be able to meet MOE for state fiscal years 26 and 27. We're looking at that same analysis, similar, obviously, for the future, not actual expense, but we're hoping here in probably a week or two to have something for the committee just so that we can alert you of any concerns that we've been able to identify so far.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the other question I had is just, are you seeing signs that these unfunded positions now, currently unfilled, soon to be unfunded, I guess current budget, unfunded positions are making it difficult for you to keep up with things like this kind of calculations or compliance requirements, compliance reports, and, things like, accounting or whether you're seeing a lot of stress on your side from that. Thank you.
Sure. I think, again, there's sort of two factors at play. Number one is the state is under a hiring freeze with the exception of direct care positions, and there's a waiver process for the other positions. So that's sort of one side of the coin. So that will naturally slow down hiring. And then the other side is, we anticipate that the, $26 million of general funds or so of unfunded positions will have an impact in the future. And typically what you will see as a result of these things is slowly over time, your vacancy rate will increase because you won't necessarily have the ability. Initially, you won't see a lot, but it's sort of the slow cycle where you can't maximize posting all your positions at once because you don't have them funded. So, we would probably see the long-term effects 6 months, 8 months, a year plus out in the next biennium where we would start to see any potential negative consequences of that. But I think at this point in time, it's still relatively early.
Okay, well, something that we may talk about in future is just, want to understand the consequences of the positions not being filled and whether things like TANF funding will be unnecessarily at risk. So, or what we can do to avoid that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further from committee members? Any closing remarks with regards to the Division of Economic Stability? Representative Priest for question.
Just as a clarification, there was a discussion early on about the 73 unfunded positions. And you just mentioned another 26. Can you just clarify that for me, please?
I had indicated 394 unfunded positions. The
394.
The 26 number, just back of the envelope math from my perspective. That's the general fund impact over the biennium of unfunding those. So a lot of our positions, most of our positions are not 100% generally funded. Many have mixed funding. So when I've just ran some quick numbers as far as the general fund financial impact to our budget over the biennium, it equates to roughly 26 million, but I need to go back and just to validate that. The reason I mention that is it's more just in terms of what is the global general fund impact, and from a historical perspective, for the biennium ending June 30th of 2023, we had I think it was approximately $22.6 million personnel back of the budget reduction during that biennium that we managed through. But we did see those vacancy rates slowly tick up during that process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, closing remarks. Well, thank you both very much. Once again, a very well-prepared presentation. Quite a few follow-up items, so hopefully we'll get to those. And if there's anything else, I'm sure we'll be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll just give our guests a moment to clear out their desk. But those who are in the audience, if you could prepare yourselves to come and testify, make sure to clearly state your name, who you represent, and we'll eagerly await what you have to say. Welcome to Division 3, House Finance Committee. This is the work session on the Division of Economic Stability.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all the committee members for the opportunity to provide comments. My name is Trina Engelfinger. I am the Early Care and Education Policy Coordinator at New Futures, which is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that works on matters relating to health and well-being in New Hampshire. And I just want to briefly address the committee's questions around costs and benefits and return on investment specific to the Child Care Scholarship Program. Broadly, I just want to note that what makes investment in child care programming quite unique is that it really is an investment in child development, in child care businesses, in the state's workforce, and also in the state's economy as a whole. And just to be a little bit more specific about economic impacts, there was a report just last month from the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute that really underscored how much money is lost due to childcare shortages in the state. And just in terms of state impact alone, it ran to the tens of millions per year. And the Child Care Scholarship Program is a key scaffold, a stabilizing influence in our child care infrastructure. And that same report from New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute noted that every dollar invested in subsidy programs like the Child Care Scholarship can yield more than $1 in economic impacts in the year that it is invested. So just wanted to underscore those points. I think that report has been shared with the committee. I'd be happy to share it if it hasn't. But as the department made clear in its presentation, these funds are also more than matched by federal contributions. So it's a very cost-effective program, and New Futures appreciates and strongly supports the department's and the governor's budget maintaining and supporting funding for the scholarship program. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for being here. I do have a question, and if this may be off topic, but if you don't know, just say. Senate Bill 404 last year. Are you familiar with that?
Certainly. Yeah.
Okay. For those on the committee, so that passed last year. Representative Wallner was a co-sponsor. It's relative to expanding child care professionals' eligibility for the Child Care Scholarship Program. My question is, have you seen a difference with the passage of that bill, or any comments now that we're a year out from the passage of that bill?
Thank you so much for the question. I'm certainly not an expert, but I have been monitoring closely the rollout of that bill. I think that there hasn't been a lot of time because the actual implementation only started in January. And so it's difficult to see the impacts in recruitment
and retention in such a short time without a lot of data to gather, but certainly have heard from some of the participants that it was a game changer for them in terms of allowing them to remain in the childcare workforce.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Engelfinger? Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
All right, all set. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And next, if you could just again state your name and who you represent clearly, and we're ready.
Good afternoon. How do you do? I'm Jackie Cowell from Early Learning, New Hampshire. I'm delighted to meet you and talk with you today. My conversation today, Trina did a great job telling you about it. You're getting it. I had the chance to email you yesterday. Didn't know if you had a chance to see it. Hi, thank you. Wanted to make sure you had this report and also have a specific request. So I really liked Chairman Edwards' question about prioritized needs. Can you make the business case? Is this, good use of taxpayers investing money? And so this is really what I'd like to talk to you about. And so without going over all the key points, which you saw in the email, but again, as Trina also mentioned, hundreds of millions of dollars are lost here in New Hampshire, both tax and local and state tax revenue, families' earnings, businesses' returns and losses based on the childcare shortage. So as you might recall, in 2023, very much on a bipartisan basis, there was a $15 million investment very specifically to retain and recruit the childcare workforce. And so not only did the legislature pass that in 2023, they also put in HB2 a directive that DHHS included in its next biennium budget 26-27. And they did. They did include 15 million, 7.5 each year. And so in the governor's budget, that was taken out. And as I mentioned, that's on page 881 of the budget. At the bottom of the page, you'll see a $15 million in our current biennium and then a zero going forward. And so what I'm here hoping to talk with you about is, again, not only is it a cost of, are we going to save money by doing this, how critical that is, but I believe we can also find a way together by looking at what are some of the allowable funding sources to be used for this. We did use general funds in the current biennium, and of course understand the worry about the balancing a budget. So really want to work with you to see, is there a way we can put it back? That $7.5 million a year, I really feel is such a smart investment, and love to work with you and find we believe there are some allowable sources very specifically that could be used for this. So we ask that you consider restoring it, maintaining that investment, and we'd love to work with you.
Thank you. Do you by chance have the section of the previous House Bill 2 related to?
I will make sure to send it to you. Yes, be glad to send that to you.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions for Ms. Cowell? Sorry.
Oh, I did forget to mention something, if I may. And that is many states across the country did invest in giving extra supports to the workforce. And again, why is this government's role? Well, certainly we all know parents are spending so much more for childcare that they can currently afford. Making sure that the workforce of childcare gets sufficient money and has incentives to stay, that cannot be borne by the parents, the hardworking parents that are using it. And so those states that have invested, many are continuing that investment beyond the pandemic, et cetera. All of our three states that border us have continued their investment in a childcare workforce support and incentive. Yeah.
Understood. Representative Daniels for a question.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do you have any kind of a document that would show the success or the failure of the 15 million that was given?
Thank you for that question. It just went out in August. So even though it was passed in 23, it was distributed in August of 2024. So it's just beginning. But I do believe there was an interim report that the department was gathering on some of that, which I don't have a copy of, but I'll see what we can do to find out. It has just started. We have anecdotal data, certainly, that people felt it was not only a monetary thing, which of course is important, but it's the recognition of the importance of their work that meant a lot to the child care professionals. Yeah.
Okay, looks like we're all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any further comments from those in the room or out of the room? All right. Looks like we're all set for today. I do just want to remind everybody that we are back here tomorrow, Tuesday, March 4th at 10 a.m. We have scheduled and published a budget work session for the Division of Public Health Services. That's next on the Division 3 agenda. Do be taking notes as we go along here. So much material and so much to take in. And as we go along, it's good to earmark various things that may be of interest or amended later on or highlighted or discussed at another time. Anything further from members of Division 3? And that'll do it. We are going to close the work session on economic stability. Thank you all.